your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes, on a Monday. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Well, the King situation continues to evolve. New names are being thrown around. Niners are rocking and rolling. The Raiders look good. That's right, it's August. It's August, everyone. We'll wonder whether or not the hot weather will return. I believe it's supposed to. So hopefully you enjoyed the little break that we have had, and I know I have as well. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for us today, and we are breaking down a lot of the rumors and conversations, new names in the mix. If you are ready to be done with Jonathan Kuminga, dang it, you just might get your wish. Okay, Carmichael Dave shared with you some information that he received as far as where the stalemate is. Tim Kawakami has dropped an article on the SF Standard basically saying that this thing is done. And that's what we've been hearing. It's just more and more people telling us. But it sure was fun, though. It sure was fun, at least for some people. I know I had fun. I'm just not really sure how we arrived where we arrived. And some of the best, this will probably go down. And I know it's not necessarily done, but we're going to have to rank this amongst all of the fake Kings, not fake, but Kings trades that we talked about, whether it's during my time here or prior to my time. Where does this rank among the others? Where does this rank? It's nothing will ever top Kyle Kuzma. But you had Kyle Kuzma. I would say this, pound for pound, based on how far away the conversations actually were. Like the Kyle Kuzma thing was actually close. But when you compare pound for pound, how far away conversations actually were to how it seemed on social media, this is top tier. Because I don't know that it ever, we do know that it didn't get terribly close. The Kings came back to the table once and they said, okay, I believe once, right? Because it was Dario. Actually, it's weird to say whether or not they came to the table 1, 2, or 3 times because they gave different versions of it. I think the only thing that changed was the protected first. I think whether it was Dario and Devin in 2 seconds or Malik and maybe 2 seconds. I think they had those standing deals there, and then they came back to the table. They said, hey, we'll go protected first. And the Warriors still said, no, we don't want to do it. And that was it. So I don't know how close it actually was. I don't think it was too close. It just goes to show that Shams Charania is a bit of a liar. And the fact that we spent all this time on Jonathan Kuminga when Shams said it was going to be the craziest offseason ever, what are we talking about here?
All right, I'm just kind of compiling a list because I think what also puts Kyle Kuzma over the top is multiple times that he almost got, like his name has come up on the Lakers, on Washington, now on the Bucks. So I feel like he's got like a plethora of trade candidates. Jeremy Grant definitely should be on the list.
Jeremy Grant, I would also say, Cam Johnson, right? But Cam Johnson, everybody did it. It wasn't a Kings specific thing. It was everybody is trying to get Cam Johnson.
Yeah, Cam Johnson, John Collins.
John Collins is not as Kuminga has taken over John Collins.
See, that's tough though, because John Collins, they had a deal, right? That's the tough part is, does he get bonus points because they agreed on a deal and then backed out of the deal when they decided we're going to just trade De'Aaron Fox instead?
What other names are we missing here?
Matisse Thybulle.
No. 916-339-1140.
Oh, Alan, you weren't here for the trade deadline of 2023. My God. Matisse Thybulle. Just everyone was just yelling, Matisse Thybulle. And then he went to the Blazers and everyone was pissed.
916-339-1140. Also, we're giving you the chance to live the sweet life with me, Allen Stiles, this week with the ultimate giveaway of a Sacramento Rivercats suite for August 20th. Each suite includes 20 tickets, dedicated suite attendant, cable television, and climate control, indoor and outdoor seating, panoramic view of the game, and access to the Sky River Casino So Long Club. Listen for the key word of the day and text it into 916-339-1140 for your chance to win. We will give you that code. Kyle, we don't give it now, right?
Bottom of the hour.
Bottom of the hour is when you were, there it is. I see it written down at the bottom of the paper. Bottom of the hour is when we are giving you that secret code if you want to kick it with me, Dinger, and the rest of the Cat crew.
And Grant McCrae.
Did you? No, Grant's with the Giants now, at least 4 now. Did you see my guy, Drew Gilbert, hit a triple?
I saw you tweet about Drew Gilbert hitting a triple.
And Bryce Eldridge hits about 5 more home runs over the weekend. So it'll be a good time. That's coming up at the bottom of every hour. We will give you that code word and we will pick that lucky person to join me August 20th at Sutter Health Park when their actual team plays there. How about that? Yeah, I said it. When their actual team plays there. How about that?
I don't know. The A's went, 3-3 this week at Sutter Health Park?
Yeah, they still don't have Sacramento on their jersey. All right, let's get back to what Tim Kawakami had to say. Also, another guy, as we were joking about Shams earlier, another guy that is continuing to do this, and I'm just tired of it, right? And I've been tired of it. Giannis is doing his thing again, and we told you that this was going to happen. Around this time, he's a little bit quiet on the Bucks front. I said, keep in mind, let's see what's going to happen there. It's just weirdly quiet out there in Milwaukee. And now Shams will talk about it at the end of this 30-minute commercial-free segment. But now Shams is saying there's nothing in stone. There's nothing in place. And that's what's so funny to me. If you're the Bucks, what are you spending your time doing? Are you trying to talk to Giannis? And he says, hey, I'll let you know when I let you know. Because if this stuff is coming out, they've just wasted, a whole month. They wasted the month of July. I don't know, assuming that Giannis was coming back. Have there been conversations? He's in Greece with I Show Speed, and we don't hear from him again. He says, I like New York, says I might go back to Milwaukee, and now Shams is reporting. And Giannis doesn't even really like Shams. So the fact that Shams has this information, what is going on?
Shams also isn't reporting anything. He's also just kind of saying that these things exist, right? He's not saying, he's basically, we'll play the clip in a second, but all he's saying is just, Giannis is talking to his people. About what? We don't know, but he's talking to them.
Well, at that point, again, things don't just get out for no reason, though, right? Where we wake up this morning, I don't know, maybe Shams is, it's hard for me to believe that Shams is looking for content, but...
Allen, that's exactly what's happening. Are you kidding me? They dragged him in to Get Up in person, First Take in person.
So you're telling me Shams is looking down his list? All right, what can we cook?
We're out of ideas. We just got it.
The Kuminga thing is stale.
Kaminga's dead. Giddey is dead.
You need to cut all of those, by the way.
What?
Kaminga is dead. It's ridiculous.
Just as a drop?
It's ridiculous.
Kaminga's dead. Giddey's dead.
Somebody's turning on their radio thinking, what the heck is going on?
Well, we're laughing about it, right, so I hope they don't think that.
I don't even know how we got here. Here's Kawakami on Jonathan Kuminga, who is alive, even though Kyle is talking about the deal being dead. The deal being dead. The word I got when I checked in with a Warriors source on Sunday, Kaminga won't be traded this summer. He'll be back on the Warriors roster to start the season. And it'll either come when he signs the Warriors offer or accepts the $7.9 million one-year qualifying offer. Now, of course, we can all read some or most of this as Warriors positioning in lieu of making a final push for a more favorable sign and trade agreement. The Warriors have definitely had some discussions with other teams about Kuminga. And once you start having discussions, you can always finish one of them, no matter what your public stance happens to be at the time. But several sources have indicated that the Warriors have been unenthusiastic about the general idea of a Kuminga sign and trade from the outset. The broad context is that Joe Lacob remains a fan of Kuminga and is determined to either keep the 22-year-old on the roster or get real value in return, and he's willing to wait it out. The boss likes him. The boss likes him. Doesn't really matter what anybody else thinks, but the boss likes him. And that'll take you pretty darn far. And for Jonathan Kuminga, honestly, it's most of the time you want your boss to like you. You want your boss to love you. Jonathan Kuminga is in a situation where he's actually annoyed about that. This is all from Joe Lacob. I think Kuminga's mindset about being a star, I think that's from Joe Lacob. All of it. I don't want to say sense of entitlement, but there's a little bit of that going on with Jonathan Kuminga. It's all from Joe Lacob. Now, on the flip side, Joe Lacob is saying, yeah, because I think of you so highly, we can't just let you walk. We can't just move off of you for Devin Carter, Dario Saric in a couple seconds. We can't do it. So that's where Jonathan Kuminga is probably thinking, you know what, I like that, I appreciate that you respect me and think that I'm going to be something, but this thing is over, man. This thing is fried. So I think we can, as we played a little Boys to Men on Friday for the end of the baseball trade deadline, I think we're pretty close to some Boys to Men for Jonathan Kuminga, at least for now. And I know we've thought that this was going to happen about 4 or 5 times already, and then something else pops up. But on Friday, it also felt like this thing was coming to a close, and Tim Kawakami, who's just as plugged in as anybody out there in the Bay, he's reporting it. So you have Slater, Kawakami, all the big hitters saying this thing is done, right? And it's no longer the Kings' problem. They checked in, or, you know, and Dave, I know, reported on this in the morning from what he heard, or they have a change of heart, the Kings do, and decide to give the Warriors what they want. And I know Brett Siegel was also saying that it's not as easy as removing the protections. There is a sense that the Warriors maybe just don't want to do business with the Kings in that way. So what was that, a good month? Maybe more than that? No, not more than that.
No, it was that 4th of July weekend.
That's
when
right.
Everyone was losing their mind.
That's right. So 4th of July weekend.
And when people were saying by the end of the weekend he was going to be a King.
Literally, today's August 4th. Literally, it was a month. Kuminga stuff lasted a month. The high flyer, the Skywalker.
Henry Turner?
Shout out Henry Turner. A ceiling that is higher than most. Jonathan Kuminga, you're too good to rebound. You're too good to defend. You were the 7th pick in the draft. All you got to do is show up, get in your bag, and make buckets. Unfortunately, you will not be doing that anywhere as it stands right now because the Warriors are holding you hostage. Scott Perry would never do that. I don't want hostages. I want volunteers. But your organization out there in the Bay Area, they do hold hostages, or they ship you off after you get punched in the face. So Jonathan Kuminga, we wish you the best. Maybe we'll see you sometime in January.
Or September 25th.
Or a week from now. Or tomorrow. We don't know. But for now, thank you for your service, Jonathan Kuminga.
Just keep dragging it out until September 28th.
There it is.
Maybe Joe Lacob will blink.
Thank you very much for that, Kyle. Goodbye to Jonathan Kuminga. And hello, wait for it, to Kevin Love. Out with the old, in with the new. Kevin Love.
Hey, he is much older.
Out with the old story, in with the new story, older player.
Out with the old, in with the older.
And you talk about veterans. You talk about champions. Kevin Love is right there at the top. Now, he only played 23 games last season, but you're getting a vet. You're getting another 4 who I would say has to be better than Dario Saric. Neither of them really played last season, but just on name alone, Kevin Love can give you something. Here's my problem with acquiring Kevin Love. and listen very closely to this, because I've said it with other players as well. I know that Kevin Love wants to be in the NBA. I just don't know if he actually wants to play basketball anymore. I think he likes being in the NBA. I think he likes tweeting out funny stuff and being a part of the brotherhood. I don't know if Kevin Love actually wants to play basketball. It's the same thing I feel, and I'm in no way, shape, or form comparing Kevin Love to Ben Simmons, but it's that type of thing. When I see Kevin Love, he's on Twitter, he's on social media, he's making memes. He played 23 games last season, 5.3 points, injury. He was on the Heat. Now he's stuck in Utah. He's looking for a buyout. Like I said, under 30 games, what's the point of even looking at the stats? But we know who he's been. He's 36 years old. Is he better than Dario Saric? I'm be honest with you, I don't know.
Well, Kevin Love shot 35% from three last year.
How many did he take? 12? He played 23 games.
We can actually figure that out. He took 67.
67.
67 total threes.
Okay. It's just not a guy, again, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I saw Kevin Love play anything.
Okay, this is even funnier. He shot 67 3-pointers and shot 48 2-pointers.
Ridiculous.
That's so funny.
In 2024, he played 55 games. He was at 8.8 points per game. He took 4.4 threes per game. He shot it at 34% from three. He was averaging 6.1 total rebounds, 2.1 assists. I honestly do not know if he's better than Dario Saric.
Kevin Love started 9 games for the Heat last year. I want to know how. I know their season was a mess. What prompted them to start Kevin Love 9 times last year?
Yeah, I do not know. And the question is, and I'll just throw it out, 916-339-1140, would you be interested to bring in Kevin Love, right? And again, the report from Mark Stein, he's looking to get bought out and go to a quote-unquote glamour market. He was in Miami. Obviously, he was in Cleveland, but they were there to win championships. He was in Miami. He wants to go. When I think glamour, obviously L.A., New York, maybe Brooklyn still fits into that. I don't know if is Boston glamour or is it just a big sports market? I don't know. Basically, he's saying he wants to go to LA or New York. That's what it sounds like to me. I want to ride Pine on the Lakers, kick it with LeBron, tweet about playing. I still get a jersey. I play 2 games.
Or welcome to the Unction, baby, the oldest team in NBA history.
Yeah, he fits with the Clippers. You have to be over 35 to be on that roster. So
already the oldest team in NBA history, adding Kevin Love to ride Pine with Chris Paul.
There you go. So that's another name that has come up as far as whether or not the Kings should be interested. Luka gets his money, so he takes that 3-year deal, the shorter deal, in order to position himself for a 4-year max extension when that's all said and done. And I just got to be honest with you, I don't care. Anything Lakers to me, it's just trust fund baby. It's not even Nepo baby to me. It's trust fund baby. They get Luka. Of course he signs the extension. He's skinny now. It's just Lakers, man. Laker fans. It's just it just annoys me. I get visibly annoyed when talking about the Lakers. And really it's more so just about the stuff that they get for no reason. Just for existing. Here you go. Here's Luka. Now I know the first person would retort and say, well, the Kings had a shot at it. Yeah, I'm not even necessarily talking about it from the Kings' point of view, just in general, just from a basketball standpoint. And Laker fans, they still will find stuff to complain about. Well, speaking of talents that the Kings had a chance at having, or talents that the Kings decided to move on from, De'Aaron Fox. I know we joked about it before about the extension and what's going to happen if the Spurs take another guard. It's a real thing, and it's a real question mark for De'Aaron Fox as to how this thing is going to go for him. Now I'm seeing in kind of NBA circles, should De'Aaron Fox regret leaving? That's the first time I've heard anybody ask that. It's always been the Kings screwed it up. This is what they do, blah, blah, blah. But from the point of view of De'Aaron Fox, is there any thought in his mind? And essentially the argument is, if you're not a straight up, and we're thinking James Harden in his prime, guys like that, a straight up superstar, then you choosing to leave the team that drafted you, a lot of times it does not go as well. And this is from Kings fan Krish on social media, on Twitter. Unless you are an absolute superstar, it usually doesn't work out well for fringe all-stars to leave them or leave the team that drafted them and handed them the keys to the city. Yes, the Kings front office made a mistake after mistake after mistake, but they were still Fox's team on the court and in the locker room. So I asked Kings fan Krish, did you have any other examples? And he said, of those kind of fringy stars, he brought up Westbrook, he brought up Boogie, he brought up Carmelo, he brought up Tracy McGrady, Grant Hill, and Damian Lillard. And I might not agree on all of them, but it is just a new way to look at the De'Aaron Fox move, because it's the first time I've heard anybody say, should he regret leaving? It's always about the Kings and that point of view. So we'll see what happens with De'Aaron. Speaking of De'Aaron, we might hear his name again as there is a Bleacher Report article on the top 5 most overrated players. Okay, so we will have that for you as well. I also regret to inform all of you, I've been talking to y'all about my late night tape sessions where I'm just grinding film of random players, Daquan Plowden, and who am I grinding film on? Well, over the weekend, I grinded film on a 24, 25-year-old sharpshooting wing who can defend at a high level, and if given the correct runway, could be one of the elite two-way guys in the league. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are a Keegan Murray hater, today is not your day.
What's up, Sacramento?
Kyle, they got to find a way to make sure that this dude is taking at least 15 shots a game.
15? So number 3 scoring option?
It's time. It's time.
Put up or shut up?
He shows so many flashes that you won't even think about. Off the dribble, the ability to penetrate into the lane, and he can kick it out as well. Obviously, he can shoot the 3 when he kicks it out. I really don't want them to waste another Keegan Murray season. Yes, some of this is on Keegan Murray. You got to assert your dominance a little bit. Just like, I don't know if y'all saw that new clip of Noah Lyles. He smoked this guy in the 200. I think that was either yesterday or today, and he stared at him at the very end. Some people call it corny. Don't get me started on Noah Lyles, but you got to assert your dominance a little bit. And that's what I need Keegan to do, but I also need the organization to put him in a position where we can find out what he's truly going to be. 4 hours with you. Let's keep it rolling as we are just getting started on a Monday on South Sector Sports.
Kaminga's dead.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Looking for family fun, thrilling baseball, and unforgettable memories? Come out to Sutter Health Park and catch the Sacramento Rivercats in action. Great games, great food, and great times await. Get your tickets at rivercats.com.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Sponsored by the California Army National Guard and Hop Valley Brewing. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the best selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. All of them top quality, hand-selected by their general manager, Chuck Dean. You can see for yourself their huge selection at SacsSuperstore.com with the lowest prices and the best car buying experiences anywhere. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And we have some sound on Sham Sharania. Somebody on the text line is saying, I turned on the radio and heard Kaminga. I don't want to joke about it, but how it came off as we were talking about the conversation.
It's fine. Over. He's not actually going to die.
I'm not, like you say all the time, Kyle, I'm not comfortable. I am not comfortable, okay?
Making jokes about it?
Yeah, I'm not comfortable. But
Kaminga's dead.
No, we were talking about the contract conversations being dead.
Or the trade conversations.
And Kyle said what he said. And
Kaminga's dead.
Yeah, I was a bit confused as well.
Kaminga's dead.
5-3-0.
Giddy is dead.
Okay. All right. As we discuss Giannis and what Shams had to say, a couple other texts coming through. Allen, great to see this. Allen, it's Allen. Great to see you've moved on from Kaminga. Welcome back to the rest of the NBA. Look, man, it's just we'll see what happens. But as of right now, yeah, it's we've juiced this thing as much as we can juice this thing.
I'll say for now, because September 26th, it's put up or shut up time. Someone's gonna blink.
Yeah.
Either Kaminga's going to take the qualifying offer and screw the Warriors. He's going to take his 2 years, $45 million with a team option for the second year, or the Warriors are going to blink and take the Malik Monk trade offer. We'll see.
We'll see. To be continued or not.
We'll check in the collective we will check in 6 months. In 6 weeks. You might not be here to check in, but
yeah, I think. Well, funny enough, I think we are about 6-ish weeks. September 3rd. So we're less than a month technically.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
You know, they usually the later children, they come a little early.
I hope she does. I'm just the anxiety I have at this point. I just want the arrival.
I'm also so proud of everyone that we haven't said anything to Dave yet.
I almost did today on accident.
Oh no.
Yeah, but I didn't actually say anything. It just crossed my mind.
We're so close to the finish line.
We are. And if you don't know what we're talking about, I will be taking a leave of the paternity fashion when my second kiddo arrives in early September. And everybody, obviously, all of you know, everybody at the station knows, in the building, really, besides Carmichael Dave.
Yes.
And I've talked about it on the air, just like I'm doing right now. And Carmichael Dave still hasn't found out.
Yeah, or
everybody is doing a good job, I should say. Because I was at a Rivercats game and somebody that works guest services came up to me, Allen, love listening to the show. Hey, by the way, does Dave still not know? I said, no, Dave still does not know.
Or he does and he's not saying anything.
Maybe.
But I don't think he knows.
Maybe. Because I'm always smart. I'm actually talking about it a little bit early. But normally I'll talk about it when I know he's already home. And 10:30, I don't know.
I think he's still in the building.
Okay. Well, I don't know if that hurts or helps. Let's get to Shams Charania, who Kyle says is just farming content at this point on Giannis. I think these are real updates, Kyle. Let's hear what he had to say.
Sources tell me there is nothing set in stone about whether Giannis Antetokounmpo wants to stay in Milwaukee or whether he wants to leave elsewhere. He's been evaluating his future this entire offseason. I reported way back in mid-May that he's open-minded about whether his best fit is in Milwaukee or is it a trade elsewhere. That process has been continuing. There's been some real conversations he's having with his inner circle, from my understanding. And the one big question that is surrounding Giannis Antetokounmpo, that's surrounding his camp, is can he win another championship? Is this Bucks roster built for this upcoming season, for 2026-27, for him to win another championship, his second championship? We know how bad he wants to do that. Mm-hmm. And so only Giannis Antetokounmpo can make that determination, and clearly he wants to do it on his own time. I will say this. There are multiple teams that I know of that are literally waiting right now on what decision Giannis Antetokounmpo makes, waiting to see, does he actually hit the market? Training camps don't start till mid-September. There have been examples in the past. Kyrie Irving was traded to the Boston Celtics in August when he got moved. Damian Lillard was actually traded to Milwaukee in September. So there are deals that happen late in summers.
That was Shams Charania on Giannis. And this is what we've dealt with more often than not, but Giannis is a fun-loving guy, and it doesn't really bother anyone because he hasn't actually left yet or made any demands. But he just, and maybe I'd be like this too. He likes for people to wonder whether or not he's going to leave. He's done this before, where what I'm trying to figure out in this world of everyone getting all the information that they can at all times, have the Bucks and Giannis even had a conversation, right? They went out. What do they get? Cole Anthony, they get Miles Turner and some other pieces. Gary Harris, and they're able to bring back Bobby Portis and guys like that.
Gary Trent Jr.
And Kyle Kuzma changes his number. So, they've tried to do some things, and then you don't hear anything. And now, as we're getting a little bit closer to training camp and really the season, now it comes out that nothing is set in stone. And maybe this is refreshing if you're Giannis's camp, that they've kept things pretty close to the vest. I'm curious if you're one of the teams, as Sham says, teams are just waiting to see what happens with Giannis. I'm curious what Giannis is this going to be a situation where we kind of have roasted Shams because he said it was going to be the craziest offseason ever. And for a lot of it, a lot of the middle has been really quiet. Is Shams going to get the last laugh And like you said, Kyle, end of September, we're going to get Kaminga. We're going to get Giannis, just some crazy things right before the training camp and the season kicks off. It feels, I mean, obviously Shams is trying to allude to that. I don't know if it's actually going to happen or not, but it is a bit weird how quiet things have been. And there's probably one last wave. I'm just not really sure what it's going to look like. But if you're the Bucks, you're at Giannis's mercy, if you will. But do you think they just go to them? And I'm just confused as if, hey, are you going to ask him? Or what is your plan here?
Well, I think the plan is we're all good unless he tells us otherwise, right? It's like,
well, I guess the plan is, look, if he wants to leave, we'll deal with it. We can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's like no news is good news if it's the case. It's like if we haven't heard from him, then we're good.
And him leaving would be such a shake to the organization. There's no point in us even wasting our time. Now, I don't know what a Miles Turner does. Who cares? You know, they're thinking, who cares if Giannis leaves? That we just have to figure it out. So there's no point. He knows we want him to stay. I guess if you're the Bucks, there's only so many other moves that you can make. If he wakes up one day and says he's done, we're just trusting that he will do right by us the same way we're trying to do right by him. And hey, man, I know the Dame thing was kind of awkward, but we're doing it to try to keep you. He cannot play, and he's worth $50 million. So we're trying to make this thing work here. To your point, we've already said our piece to Giannis. He knows what it is.
Yeah, and this is all about Giannis, right? That's kind of I guess the first part is all about Giannis, because there's the second part where he's like, I've heard multiple teams are just waiting to see what Giannis is going to do. Yeah, the Warriors got it. Their entire organizational construct is convincing Giannis to come in 2027.
Right.
The Knicks, they can't really do much, but if Giannis were available, they would try to go after him. The Spurs, not compromising any of their long-term future because they want to try and go after Giannis. Like, those are not new developments when he's saying that. It's like, I think Mark Stein has talked about that before. Like, we know who the teams are that he's talking about. This isn't even a new development in that sense.
Yeah, and I think that's probably, look, this, as you're slow rolling content out for the week, names, there will be Giannis, a reimagining of these team names. It will come out before the end of the week.
Yeah, because if Giannis actually requests a trade, you know who else is going to get in this game? About 17 other teams.
Yeah.
Right? The Miami Heat want Giannis. Toronto wants Giannis. Brooklyn wants Giannis. But guess what? He's in Milwaukee. And again, no news is good news if you're the Bucks.
You know, you brought up the Spurs, and, you know, we'll see what happens with Giannis and the Bucks. But you brought up the Spurs, and if they wanted to be a part of the conversation and who they picked in this year's draft, and obviously them having Stephon Castle and Wemby and the crew, it is pretty crazy. And I get it when you're not picking at the top of the draft. Maybe these guys just aren't as available. But the crazy part about the Spurs is they have dudes that you're not even talking about the same way, right? Obviously, everyone's talking about Dylan Harper. There's a I don't know, a workout tape, if you will, going around of Carter Bryant. And I saw this dude in Summer League. This brother is, 6'8". He kind of reminds me of a bigger, I'm not going to say he's going to be this guy, but he's in that same realm of a Amen Thompson, Dyson Daniels, just hyper athletic defender who likes to defend. But then, oh, by the way, he's going to figure out, he's so young, he's going to figure out how his athleticism can help offensively. I was reading that he, 6 points per game or whatever in college, but college systems are kind of weird like that. These dudes tend to excel as long as they figure out how to shoot, tend to excel. And I'm thinking, nobody's even talking about Carter Bryant. The Spurs, Wemby is coming with a crew with an absolute crew. And if they do want to get in on the Giannis conversation, those are the types of guys where nobody is OKC level with assets, but the Spurs have a decent amount of assets to where, hey, we would be giving up. We might just have to choose here which one of our young stars we believe in the most, if they wanted to get into that conversation. The larger point is, just with Giannis maybe being available, is that the Spurs have random guys that when people hop on the text line, where's our 6'8" freakish athlete? You're just not going to find those in the end of that's for next season. Let's pray on that next season, because you're not really going to find those at the end of the first round or in the second round. And if you do find them, most of the time they have crazy holes in their game.
Well, and you're also starting to see a market correction, right? Because 3 years ago, you could get those guys, right? Trey Murphy was the 18th pick in the draft once upon a time. I think 3 years ago, a player like Carter Bryant might have fell to the 20s because all he does is just shoot and be long.
Well, and it's funny because if you flip that to where if Scoot went in this draft next season, well, next season is crazy because we know 2026 is going to be great. But if you averaged between 2026, which is supposed to be really good, and 2027, which is supposed to be awful, very bad, is Scoot in the top 10?
Yeah, I think so, because I think there's still it's the De'Aaron Fox thing. There is still a value of bucket getters, right? If you believe a guy can be a bucket getter and a playmaker, then that skill set still has value.
We're up against it because I do wonder, and we've joked about this, who will be the highest under 6'3" player drafted in the 2026 draft, 2027, because of how things are just tending to shift in what the NBA values. When we return, did the Lakers get good value on Luka, and should the Kings maybe take Malik Monk off the market? We have some updates from Carmichael Dave, what he had to say in the morning show as well. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the Luxe Staples Insider Swear By, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting their focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey, it's Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. And visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Oh, Kyle, you almost let me forget. Bottom of the hour, here we are. We're giving you the chance to live the sweet life with me, Allen Stiles, this week with the ultimate giveaway of a Sacramento Rivercats suite for August 20th. Each suite includes 20 tickets, dedicated suite attendant, cable television, and climate control, indoor and outdoor seating, panoramic view of the game, and access to the Sky River Casino So Long Club. Listen for the keyword of the day and text it in at 916-339-1140 for your chance to win. Today's keyword of the day is game. Game. G-A-M-E. Game. That is the keyword for today if you want a chance to win a Rivercats suite. There you go.
Allen and Drew Gilbert.
Yes, that's right. We can watch Drew Gilbert and Bryce Eldridge. If Bryce Eldridge, he might be with the big club by then. No, he won't. But he should be.
And you'll get to see star pitcher Kyle Harrison.
He's gone.
He's
gone now.
He's on Boston.
Carson Wisenhunt. That's who you get to see. So that is coming up. And be sure to listen for the keyword all throughout the week as we pick that winner. So we have a little bit of, I guess, a beef going on with the Milwaukee Bucks. And they posted a yawn emoji on Twitter, and I'm reading here that it's supposed to be connected to Shams. So obviously, we know how Giannis feels about Shams. Shams went on First Take this morning, and there's no Molly, there's no Stephen A. It's kind of this is where they are taking time off or whatever's going on.
It's Dave Dennis Jr. and a lady I've never seen before.
And Shams says, "Okay, let's get some stuff going here." And says that, basically nothing is set in stone with Giannis, and the Milwaukee Bucks have posted a yawn emoji, and people are interpreting it as the Bucks roasting Shams, saying, hey, there's nothing there. We're good with Giannis. Now, I'll tell you this much, Milwaukee Bucks intern or whoever it is that posted that, you better be right. You better be right.
Remember what happened when Pat Riley tried to come after Shams?
Yeah, you better be right.
Jimmy Butler's agent, and Shams was absolutely right.
Because it's not Shams' fault. Where's the confirmation? You let people, not you, Bucks, because I'm sure you'd like the confirmation as well. But when you don't know what somebody's doing in the dead of July or August, and there's no more Kaminga talks, hey, we all kind of want to know what is going on with Giannis. So the Bucks, they are retaliating at Shams, and they better hope Giannis doesn't pull something. Now, they might be thinking this is what Giannis does. He ain't going nowhere. But the last couple years with Dame, they had a shot at it. Obviously, it didn't work out with injuries, things like that. Prior to that, this was a pretty ongoing conversation. Hey, is Giannis going to leave his market? He got the championship. First it was, can he win a championship? Then it was, now that he has a championship, he should get the heck up out of there. And if you're Milwaukee Bucks, okay, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. As we know what's going to happen with Luka, he signs that extension. The short, your segue strikes again. That's right. The short-term extension to position himself when he opts out in a couple years. He could be the NBA's first $1 million player the summer of, or $400 million player the summer of 2028. All right. So you have really a situation that, like I said, annoys me because it's the Lakers and they basically just got given Luka, and now Luka is determined to make the Mavs and the rest of the league pay. So, you know, we'll see what happens, I guess, once LeBron is done and it's truly Luka's team. So we'll see what happens there. But it did make me think a little bit about Malik Monk, and I'll tell you why. Obviously, Dave shared some things in the morning, or on the morning show, about Malik and how, hey, it's just a matter of us trying to use the money the best way we can, and we are very comfortable. The Kings are very comfortable bringing Malik back, right? It's no bad blood. Business is business, and at least that's how they feel like it is, and they feel as if Malik is understanding of that. And that made me think the same thing, right? Luka is doing the best thing for him, and the Mavs kind of screwed him out of that money when they traded him because they felt like they were doing the best thing for them. And it made me feel, I don't know, maybe a little bit old millennially, in that these are just some crazy numbers that are being thrown around. And I don't know, I'm not trying to do the first world problems thing, but you're making $18 million a year, and you would still make that wherever you get traded. And yeah, De'Aaron Fox is gone, but you had an opportunity. You'll still have an opportunity to play and get paid and show what you can do. So I don't know, this Luka thing just made me kind of chill out on worrying about the relationship between the Kings and Malik Monk. And it's funny because I had this written down prior to talking to Dave and to hearing what Dave had to say on the radio. But yeah, it's just business. It's just business. And hey, we didn't give you that contract, Malik. We don't have a problem. We think that you can help, but we're just assessing everything. And you're just kind of the odd man out, as in the contract that has the most value on this team from guys that we're willing to move on from, and I think Malik would probably be, I don't know if understanding is the right word, but hey, it is what it is, right? That them just the breaks. Dennis Schroeder, I was telling my in-laws because they were in town. I was, hey, Alan, how's it going? And obviously they're in Pennsylvania. The last thing they need to be doing is following the Sacramento Kings, but just giving them an update on how the summer has been. And, Dennis Schroeder, for 2 countries, 4 different states in a year, right? A little over a year. It's the breaks, man. Everybody's got to play a role in this league, and you're getting paid handsomely to do so. So I already started to convince myself, you know what, maybe I'm making a bigger deal over this Malik Monk thing than it actually is. And, you're going to get, as De'Aaron said, months ago, the good thing about this league is it's guaranteed money.
Yeah.
That's a good thing about this league. You gonna get paid. So yeah, does it stink? But there are a lot of other situations that are worse. And if you're Malik Monk, hey, if I'm on the team, cool. If I'm not on the team, also cool. It kind of is what it is. So it just I just convinced myself that maybe I'm overblowing this Malik Monk thing, and it's just all business at the end of the day. It's dollars and cents, and trying to craft it and winning, trying to craft a team that will win. When you look around at a team and it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, it would be crazy to not try to improve that team or to change things around. Now, you don't have to agree with how Scott Perry's doing it. You don't have to agree with how Monty McNair did it, but it's that simple. It's black and white at the end of the day. 11 o'clock hour coming up next. That means 30 minutes, no commercials right after we take a quick breather. This 5-time All-Star, champion, the veteran presence. Should the Kings be in on? We'll tell you who it is when we return. Now, South Sacktown Sports.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by Malik. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
1 hour down. 3 to go, taking you up to 2 p.m. We will hand you over to the drive guys. And yes, Kyle, we did make it a whole hour without talking about my first pitch. We're about to make it about 30 more minutes, okay? Because we are going to talk about my first pitch, of course.
Yeah, why wouldn't we?
Of course we will.
There's definitely not a video that exists of it.
And that glove is popping. You can hear the pop, by the way. We'll get, and Jason was playing the sound of the video just to hear the pop. I'm going to send it to you, Kyle, so you can play that sound later in the show.
I've already got it, buddy. We're about to play it on the screen. Don't worry.
But the screen won't have the sound.
I mean, it can if we want it to.
Okay. All right. So we'll get to that a little bit later, because the only thing more important than talking about my first pitch for the Yuba Sutter High Wheelers, and it was a great time out there too. You got to get out there, take your kiddos. There's no such thing as too much baseball, and they do home run derby, not with fans, but the players have a home run derby before the game. It's fun out there, man. We had a good time. So thank you to the High Wheelers for having me. And there's only one thing more important than having a conversation about my first pitch with the Yuba Sutter High Wheelers against the Oakland Ballers. Oakland Ballers did win that game, by the way. It is talking about another grizzled veteran in the NBA who may join the Sacramento Kings, and that is Kevin Love. All right. This is from Mark Stein. As for the busy buyout market, stay tuned. We've already seen Bradley Beal, Lillard, Ayton, Smart, and Jordan Clarkson find new teams after securing buyouts. And now 5-time NBA All-Star Kevin Love is actively exploring potential pathways out of Utah after he was dealt by Miami to the Jazz as part of the 3-team Norman Powell trade. And we saw reports also that Kevin Love is looking for, quote unquote, a glamour market. All right. So we can argue, however, how many markets are glamour markets. Obviously, the 2 LA markets, the 2 LA teams, I would say the 2 New York teams. Then it really just depends who you ask. I guess Miami, but he's leaving Miami. So we'll just sit there for now with the 2. The question would be if he explored or wanted to explore, or let's say the glamour markets weren't interested in Kevin Love, in a 36-year-old Kevin Love. Should that be something that the Kings could explore or should explore or would explore? And I don't know if Kevin Love is better than Dario Saric. I really don't. And I'm looking here at Kevin Love's stats, and I'm going to bring up Dario Saric. So basically last season is a wash for both of them. Okay, Dario is 31. All right. They do a lot of similar things, I would say. Kevin Love is 36. All right. Kevin Love played 23 games last season. Dario Saric played 16. And I guess you could make the argument, hey, Allen, you keep saying that obviously the roster is full, but hey, Allen, you keep saying that you need more than one of these guys. Why wouldn't you just add Kevin Love and keep Dario Saric? I'm not saying that you couldn't do that. It does feel a bit redundant, though. But at the same time, the Kings are missing kind of power forwards. I think Kevin Love is more power to me than Dario, and obviously they both can mess around at the center position. So Kevin Love played 23 games. Dario Saric played 16. I still can't get over that. The difference was Dario Saric, I mean, both similar situations. I think Kevin Love was more injured than Dario, but both in kind of similar why am I playing situations. I think it's more of an indictment on Dario Saric at 31 to not be getting minutes than Kevin Love at 36. So, that's what they did last season. And obviously, again, yes, very sad conversation that we're kind of having. No disrespect to either of these dudes. But Kevin Love, I mean, his career, I feel as if we know what that is. So I think the better comparison is to look at the last couple years here for both of them. So in 2024, Kevin Love played 55 games. He started 5 of them. He averaged 6 rebounds, 8.8 points, 2.1 assists. He shot it at 34% from 3 on 4.4 3-pointers a game. In 2023, this was when he was traded or moved from Cleveland to Miami. 62 games, 8.2 points per game, 6.4 total rebounds, 1.9 assists. He was at 4.8 threes a game at 33%. In 2022, now we're hitting the 3-year mark here, but he did shoot it at 39% from three in 2022 with 6.4 threes a game. And it says center that season. All the other seasons besides, he's got like 3 seasons where his position says center instead of power forward, which is just a bit funny.
I don't think that's ever happened. When no one's playing Kevin Love at center.
I'm just saying that's what they got it listed as. So that's Kevin Love the last couple seasons. Dario Saric the last couple seasons. And by the way, those minute totals for Kevin Love, 2024, he was playing 16.8 minutes per game. 2023, he was playing 20 minutes per game. 2022, 22.5 minutes a game. So, you're looking at 15 to 20. Last season, obviously he didn't really play, but he was at 10 minutes per game. Going to Dario Saric. So Dario Saric, last season, as we know, 16 games, didn't really do anything. 2024, he played 64 games, 8 points per game, 4.4 rebounds per game, 2.3 assists per game, 3-point range. He took 3 a game. He was at 37%. A year before that, in OKC and Phoenix, he was at 2 threes a game at 39% from 3 at 6.4 points per game. His minute total, 17 minutes per game, 13 minutes a game, 14 minutes a game. It's kind of a wash. I guess I'd rather have Dario. I don't know. I guess I'd rather have Dario just because he's younger. But Kevin Love is a grizzled vet and a champion. It's kind of a wash, man. I think I'd probably say Dario, but
you're talking yourself into
a sad conversation in general.
Oh, that's so funny that you're now talking yourself into Dario Saric because you hate Dario Saric. You want anyone except Dario. You wanted Chris Boucher over Dario Saric, and now you got excited about a 5-time.
I'd take Chris Boucher over both of them.
Yeah, I know you would, and you can have him for nothing.
Anyone could right now.
Yeah, and look, Kevin Love is a 5-time All-NBA player, future Hall of Famer, began a conversation about mental health across the NBA, just an all-around great guy, funny on Twitter, even though I think someone might be posting for him, but just a funny, great guy. And you know what? You'd rather have Dario Saric as a basketball player than the corpse of Kevin Love, who, hey, look, the reason he wants to go to a glamour market, people keep saying, is that he's from Los Angeles. Yeah. And if DeMar DeRozan has taught us anything, at least he could come on home to Sacramento this year.
I see on the chat, Johnny Ponderosa, he says Trey Lyles instead of Kevin Love. I'm probably with Johnny. At that point, just bring back Trey Lyles. At that point, I'm with you, Johnny. It is a name, right? Kevin Love, and I know the Kings, they do like names, but they're probably both coming off of or would be on a similar contract. I think Trey is probably looking at a minimum contract somewhere, you would think, at this point in the offseason.
I thought he would be a New York Knick.
Yeah.
I thought just go with Mike Brown.
Let's just bring back Trey.
Or just, how about, Brooklyn's got a lot of guys, but just go with either Mike or Jordy, right? They were the guys who were the reason he came back in 2023.
Yeah.
If the Knicks don't want you, just go on down to Brooklyn. Be the lanky veteran presence on a Brooklyn team with 8 million rookies.
Yeah. You could definitely do that if the Knicks or even the Kings don't necessarily want to move forward. Here is a quick note, and this is something that the Kings could do. And obviously, Kyle, because you kind of whipped this up, after this, DeMar DeRozan would be moved again. But you cooked this up, Kyle. I don't even want to read this, Kyle. Can you read this and give explanation now that I'm looking at this again?
Why? because okay, I'll just explain it first. So
I'm not saying this. Not after my Sabonis trade on Friday. I'm not up to the Magic. I'm not.
You're scared.
This one is all you.
You're scared?
Yeah. This one's all you.
My point is just if Sacramento does acquire Jonathan Kuminga, right? You got reposted by Dunk Central talking about a handshake agreement.
That's right.
To send DeMar DeRozan somewhere else. So in this scenario, the Kings would essentially be salary dumping DeMar DeRozan. And if they wanted to do that just to get off of the money, there's not, at this stage of the game, there's not really that many teams you can do it with and take back like less money. But Utah is one of the teams that actually would. So, like, if you were just salary dumping DeRozan and then a team was going to buy him out and say, go wherever you want to go, we'll pay the $35 million in guarantees you're still owed if you give back some of it, whatever. You know, someone does a buyout. Utah is kind of like the only team that could do it without, like, getting back Terry Rozier or getting back Kyle Kuzma. Like, if they just did a straight salary dump, team is going to buy out DeRozan, they could do it for Yusuf Nurkic and Kevin Love. The Kings would stay below the first apron, essentially, by doing it. Because, like, if they got Kaminga for Monk with the deal that Sam Amick was reported, they would have to shed a little bit of salary. And they could just do that by waiving Terrence Davis, or they could do it by salary dumping DeMar DeRozan, you know, kind of two birds with one stone. So, in a world where they just straight dumped DeMar DeRozan's contract, doing it for Nurkic expiring like $18.9 million and Kevin Love, the expiring $4 million, is actually kind of the easiest way to do it.
I see what you're saying now. So this is a world where they land Jonathan Kuminga and just need to and want to buy out DeRozan, but they just need to move the money to make it work. So, like, DeRozan would go to Utah and Utah would buy him out situation. This is not breaking news, but 2 minutes ago, Carmichael Dave has essentially crafted what he said on the air into a tweet that is that is basically a couple different updates. Okay. So this is what it says. So where it stands now from the Kings side, and he just has a bunch of updates that he just received, and of course has the green light to share with all of us. So there are 5 notes here. All right, so we're going to go through the 5 notes. This is Carmichael Dave. So where it stands from the Kings side. First note, perfectly comfortable with Malik here. Only included him because salaries match and there's a clog in the backcourt. They love Malik and know he loves Sacramento. That is the first note. Second note, on Jonathan Kuminga, they are not going to offer an unprotected first, period. Offer is a first that would convey easily better than anything else Golden State has on the table. So they are not budging. The Kings are not budging. Here is the third note. The standoff isn't between the Kings and Golden State. It's between Golden State and Jonathan Kuminga's camp. He wants out, period. Wants to go to Sacramento. Here is the fourth note. As far as Russell Westbrook goes, he is still an option. There is mutual respect from both sides, but can't happen with the clog in the backcourt. Could one domino free up the other? Very plausible, but not a definite. And last but not least, y'all can probably guess this one. Kings will remain, in quotes, prudent and opportunistic, close quote, and will not force anything. That is from Carmichael Dave 5 minutes ago. Okay, well, I think, and this is what I was alluding to with the Malik Monk stuff that we talked about last segment and how I already had convinced myself to feel better about it. And then obviously we heard from Carmichael Dave, and now he is sharing it in an update here. So that's probably, here's the biggest updates out of that. They feel like their relationship with Malik Monk is still good. Business is business, though. Not going to offer an unprotected first. That's probably the biggest update that Dave said, that they're just done. They're not budging. And, yeah, the other stuff about Kaminga and his camp and Russell Westbrook and prudent and opportunistic. Cool. Great. They still like Russell Westbrook. Clearly, Russell Westbrook doesn't have any other offers or nothing that he is willing to commit to. Maybe there's another team. Maybe he's stuck and it's a bunch of other teams in similar situations. So there you have it. Those are the updates. Carmichael Dave.
So we're just waiting for Kuminga and the Warriors to see who's going to blink.
We're not waiting for anything anymore. Their time, this is how Kings fans. Warriors' time is up. It's up. We're leaving the table. We're leaving it. They did not say they're leaving the table.
No, because they're not. Why would you?
You're not leaving the table. You're just not putting anything else on the table for now.
Maybe we'll go to top 10 protected, right? Because what was the note Dave had? There's just no world where they're giving up an unprotected pick, which
right.
Duh.
That's actually a great catch there, Kyle. So it's not a matter of what the Kings are stuck at and basically saying we're not willing to have any more conversations. I think the Kings just feel that you have nothing else on the table. So we're not going to keep arguing with ourselves and bidding against ourselves just because you think that it's a bad offer. And the other part of this, when Dave says standoff isn't between the Kings and Golden State, it's between Golden State and Jonathan Kuminga's camp. And I guess that standoff is Golden State allowing him to go or saying, fine, we'll do the Sacramento deal. So it's all very messy. It's all very messy.
Well, you just hit on the point, which is what Sacramento, if you want Jonathan Kuminga on the Kings, then what you are rooting for is Kuminga and his camp to make this messy enough and use enough leverage to force the Warriors to cave, right? And Anthony Slater talked about this when we played the clip last week of him on ESPN interrupting Shams. It was, why would the Warriors who are in a win now situation, would they want to invite all of this back into the locker room? If the answer is no, then they have really no other option but to trade him for less than he's worth to the Sacramento Kings. But if they're willing to drag this thing out, then Kuminga's going to have to sign the qualifying offer by October 1st. And if he does sign the qualifying offer, then he takes back control of the situation, even though he has to go back to the locker room. But to do that, he has to give up, what, $13 million?
Yeah. He's got to be broke for one more year. Got to be broke for one more year.
Air quotes broke. Yes. He has to give up more money, right? He thinks the Warriors have already cost him tens of millions of dollars. He's going to have to lose tens of millions more in order to gain control back of the situation, which he would if he takes the qualifying offer.
Yeah. Look, from the initial read on this, and of course, right, when this stuff, obviously Dave he gets this information is going to come out. It's supposed to come out. I think they're leaving the door open to say, any of this stuff can change and it can turn into, we just thought that we couldn't do an unprotected first. And from the Warriors side, now you have Tim Kawakami with that article, and obviously they're putting stuff out and they're saying they're done. So apparently both sides are done. It's almost as if, those movies where, I don't know, it could be a relationship or whatever it is, where they mistime the look backs, right? Summer's over, whatever it is, and they're both walking away, and the guy looks back to see if she's looking back, but she's not looking back. So then he turns back around and keeps walking. Then she looks back, but he's already looked back. So she doesn't see him looking back. So then she keeps walking and it doesn't work out. They're both looking back at each other thinking, you sure? You sure? We're walking away. We're walking away. This is the last chance here. We're walking away. I mean it this time. I'm done.
Yep.
I mean it, but I'm walking away slowly.
Yeah, the the Kings aren't really walking away. They're just like, hey.
Yeah.
I look, the Kawakami reports about like the Warriors are not doing sign-in trades anymore or engaging, fine. But the Kings are like, hey, guys, you know where our offer stands. Call us if it works. If not, we'll be here.
Yeah.
You know where we're at. Just give us a call when you're ready.
But to me, this is still interesting as far as the Kings' decision, because they're not in the same position as the Warriors with DeAnthony Melton and Al Horford, where they're literally held up. But there are other things that the Kings need to do. So are they going to sign Keegan Murray? Are they hoping for a resolution with this Kaminga thing? Do they feel is this post from Dave the resolution? And are they going to now focus on something else?
No, this is not the resolution at all. I mean,
I'm just wondering, is this holding up the Kings from doing other things? They're still connected to Westbrook. Okay, we know there's respect there. We cool. What is the next step? What is the next thing? Again, like we talked about last week, on their priority, on their checklist.
I think the question just becomes, and maybe we can talk about this later too, if they don't, because Dave mentioned the gluttony of guards, right? If they don't land Jonathan Kuminga, whether he takes the 2-year with a team option or the qualifying offer, if they don't land Kuminga, would they still sign Russell Westbrook? Because they have mid-level exception space. They can waive Terrence Davis. They can just bring in Westbrook anyways if they want to. There's nothing prohibiting them from signing Russell Westbrook tomorrow. But would they still do it if it meant running an 8-guard lineup essentially next year? I think that's a more interesting question.
That's what it feels like, or where it feels like we're headed, because again, the Westbrook thing, it's fine. I'm more what is going on with Keegan Murray? That's what I keep saying.
So that one is interesting because
Keegan and Keon, that is way more important to me than whether or not Russell Westbrook plays. I think Kaminga being a part of the team is important, but whether Russell Westbrook comes or not, it's fine. It's fine.
Here's where I'm less worried about the Keegan thing, right? Because the way I see it, just reading the tea leaves, this Warriors Kaminga thing is going to go right up to October 1st, which is the deadline when you have to sign the qualifying offer, right? I think if neither side's going to budge, it behooves Kuminga's camp to just drag this thing all the way out to the very last date, right? So over these next 8 weeks, where we're getting closer to when the qualifying offer deadline is, if I'm Sacramento, either we've moved on or we can negotiate an extension with Keegan and then just don't announce it until after we know if we're getting Kaminga or not, right? So, like, the day Kaminga signs the qualifying offer, like 2 hours later, announce the Keegan extension, right?
Sure.
You can negotiate it right now, even if you don't sign the deal right away.
So you think it could already be done?
I think it could. It would be unconventional, but I don't, as long as they're paying Keegan what Jabari Smith Jr. just got, I don't see any reason why they can't just wait it out another 8 weeks to announce it.
When we return, this future Hall of Famer could be coming off the bench for the Sacramento Kings. And I'm not talking about Russell Westbrook. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Experience the excitement of Sacramento Rivercats baseball at Sutter Health Park. From thrilling plays on the field to fun in the stands with family and friends, Rivercats baseball is for everyone. Enjoy lively entertainment all season long, the best ballpark food around, some of the finest views of the city, and baseball memories with the Sacramento Rivercats to last a lifetime. Grab your tickets now at rivercats.com.
Are you thinking about buying a new car? Well, maybe you're on the fence. Let me help you out. Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the first time I stepped into the MP of Stockton showroom, I knew I made the right choice. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV. It's comfortable, stylish, and most importantly, it's safe. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. It's just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at MBFStockton.com.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metalwoods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Sponsored by the California Army National Guard and Hop Valley Brewing. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Play and win to take your loyalty to new heights at Sky River Casino. Join Sky River Rewards today for a chance to receive up to $2,500 in free play. Plus, you'll be in the know about upcoming special events and offers. Just minutes from Sacramento, right off Highway 99 in Elk Grove. Join in the fun with rewards that add up and up. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Visit us to see how. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. Had to let that beat drop. And in 15 minutes, we will give you today's keyword of the day if you want a chance to live the sweet life with me this week with the ultimate giveaway of Sacramento Rivercats Suite. August 20th is the game. We are giving away the tickets this week, though. Each suite includes 20 tickets, dedicated suite attendant, cable television, and climate control, indoor and outdoor seating, panoramic view of the game, and access to the Sky River Casino Solon Club. Okay, so in 15 minutes, we will give you that keyword. You will tweet that keyword to 916-339-1140, and you will give yourself a chance to win some tickets, okay, to live the sweet life. I was going to try for a segue there, but I just think it would have been pretty corny. So I'm going to opt to just hop on over to – it would be sweet if DeMar DeRozan came off the bench, wouldn't it? See, I didn't say that. Senor segue strikes again.
So instead you just explained that you weren't going to say it and then said the terrible segue anyways.
That's right, which was a 1.5. That's what it.
Well,
it
goes even lower once you have to explain that you're not going to say your terrible segue.
As the discussion came up, and I saw this late last week, that if the Kings did acquire Jonathan Kuminga, don't worry, this is not a Kuminga segment, but if the Kings did acquire Jonathan Kuminga, they would not look to ship off DeMar DeRozan immediately. They would play with the idea of bringing him off the bench. They really, really like DeMar DeRozan. That was my main takeaway, that they really do like DeMar DeRozan. And I just think it goes beyond the fact that maybe his style of play, it's not what Scott Perry claims he likes, right? Or claims they want to focus on as far as how much he can dribble the basketball and things like that. But I just think they really like DeMar DeRozan, the player in general, and the idea of what he brings into the locker room. So the conversation was, if they do acquire Jonathan Kuminga, they would look to at least explore DeMar DeRozan coming off the bench. It would help build identity within the organization, and it would be one of those mini tryouts, if you will. It would be DeMar DeRozan putting himself on film as a sixth man, so other teams could see, okay, cool, DeMar looks at, the buyout, whatever, trades, whatever it is. Hey, we've seen DeMar off the bench, and it actually worked pretty well for the Kings. We think it could work well for us. Now, obviously, some of this stuff continues to change, and whether or not Jonathan Kuminga becomes a member of the Sacramento Kings, now that door has been opened, now there's no report that they've talked to him about coming off the bench, but the conversation was the idea of him coming off the bench and how much they like him, right? Versus just immediately moving him if they acquire Jonathan Kuminga. But now that we're here, even if Jonathan Kuminga doesn't become a Sacramento King, now that we're here, should it just be a conversation anyway? Right? 24 mil. You can find guys that are making 24 mil coming off the bench. It's expensive to come off the bench. Don't get me wrong. But if you're talking about trying to build a culture, and what better way to build a culture than for a future Hall of Famer to say, hey, I'm not above anything, right? If it makes sense for the good of the team, let's try it out. So Kyle whipped up some starting lineups, okay, or a different starting lineup. And last week we talked about the lineups that worked the best for the Kings and the lineups that worked the least for the Kings. The projected starting lineup, this could be it, right? This is with Kuminga specifically, but Dennis Schroeder, Zach LaVine, Jonathan Kuminga, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis. The projected second unit, DeMar DeRozan, Keon Ellis, Maxime Reynaud, Dario Saric, and that could be Westbrook too. It could be Westbrook too. Now, in this world, obviously Malik Monk would be gone. Projected third unit, Nick Clifford, Devin Carter, Dougie McBuckets, Isaac Jones, and Drew Eubanks. Right? So there is a world that's the Kuminga type of world. Now let's remove Jonathan Kuminga and still have a conversation about whether this is something that could work for the Kings or not. So you would have Dennis Schroeder, Zach LaVine, I'd say Keon Ellis, Keegan Murray, and Domantas Sabonis. Then your second unit would be DeMar, Malik Monk, and I think that's where it gets a little interesting, right? Because DeMar and Malik together, but you'd have DeMar, Malik, either Devin Carter or Nick Clifford in there, and then obviously Maxime, Dario Saric, your front court. And I guess in this world, you wouldn't have Westbrook because you would still have too many guards. So that would be your second unit. I like the idea. I mean, we haven't seen it yet, but I guess, and obviously, even though he's not starting, it doesn't mean that your second unit is all going to play together all the time. But yeah, DeMar and Malik would be kind of rough sledding defensively. DeMar, Malik, Maxime Reynaud, and Dario Saric, that's not going to work.
With Westbrook.
That's not going to work defensively. Offensively, I think it'd be cool.
Well, maybe
Nick Clifford would have to slot in there somewhere.
Maybe you stagger the lineups though.
Exactly. Yeah, you ain't gonna see that full second unit that often. I don't think you should.
I mean, I don't think there's much of a world where you're gonna see Sabonis and LaVine off the floor together much this year.
Yeah.
Just because they can't really afford it on offense.
Right.
Given how poor of a defensive team they are, you're going to have one of those guys playing.
Yeah. So I think it would be really hard to have that conversation, especially if you didn't even trade. If you trade for Jonathan Kuminga, all right, we can at least debate the conversation. But if you don't trade for Jonathan Kuminga, even if it does make sense, the only way I see them getting away with it is if, and obviously I don't want this to happen, but if DeMar were to miss time and a starting lineup played pretty well, and then you kind of do the Malik Monk thing where you use it as an excuse and you bring him off the bench to start. But I don't even know how they pull that. I don't even know how.
Right. I mean, the way it stands right now, they've got too many guards, right? Yeah. Someone's going to get squeezed. And if you move DeRozan to the bench, even if you trade Malik Monk for Kaminga, I mean, you're still looking at Nick Clifford not having a role, Devin Carter not really having a role, just because at that point, you have your scoring guards. What is Malik Monk and DeMar DeRozan? I mean, you brought up the point. What do both of those do off the bench? But I mean, you would already have Keon Ellis. I don't really know. The thing I kind of concluded was just you're not going to have much of an opportunity for Nick Clifford if DeRozan is the backup three, essentially, or the three who's getting 25 minutes a game coming off the bench. It's just, where is Nick Clifford going to play? Is he going to play at the backup two? Well, you've already got Keon Ellis. Is he going to play four? We don't really think. He's already kind of tweening it as a three. I don't think we're going to play Nick at the four.
Yeah, I don't think I can't see them asking DeMar, but since it came up and I was watching Locked On Kings with Matt George, and that's where it initially came up from the Kaminga point of view. But if you don't trade for Kaminga or don't make a trade or whatever it is, you can't ask him to come off the bench. I wouldn't. The only thing you could get away with is just legitimately, hey, we think if DeMar, if you come to us and say that you want out, then we're just gonna tell you that from what we've heard, you're gonna be a sixth man, and because of that, if this is even the case, and because of that, let's get you started now, right? That kind of helps all parties so they can see you in that realm. But that's a lot of ifs to all come together.
Well, and we talked about a little on Friday or Thursday, whatever day it was, where it's like, hey, say they trade for Kaminga and DeRozan's still on the team, because it's like going to happen right before training camp. They're just not going to have enough time to make that move.
Right.
Just be transparent. Like, hey, we're sorry, man.
Right.
We're going in this direction.
Yeah.
We don't really see how you slot in. We're going to try and get you somewhere you want to go. But just bear with us, man. We're sorry. We're working on it. It's going to take us a second, but we did wrong by you, and we're sorry. You can just be honest with him about the situation.
916-339-1140, couple calls to get to. We got Sal and TC. Let's start with Sal. What's up, Sal? What you got for us?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for showing up to work today. Hey, I say that to everybody because it's tough. You got to roll out of bed and get there and show up and do good work.
That's right.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. My question is, why? I don't want to say enamored or why are we so afraid of bringing LaVine off the bench?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, or having a short leash. I wonder, I mean, God forbid, I hope there's no injuries, but I know that he's had issues, not of recent, but there's been times where he missed playing time and stuff. But to me, I just feel more comfortable and the team seems more steady and more sturdy. And when DeMar's out on the floor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good call, Sal. And the obvious answer, or I should say, the obvious cop-out really is that LaVine is getting close to $50 million. He's getting paid close to $50 million. So it's an optics thing, right? I don't want to say it's not a basketball thing, but I think LaVine, he's not underrated because he's not paid as if he is underrated. He's paid as if he's overrated. But at the same time, I think that everybody gets so caught up in what he's getting paid that he kind of gets a little disrespected. And I'm not saying that's what Sal is doing. I think the issue for me is just ultimately they don't know what Zach LaVine – they need to figure out what Zach LaVine is supposed to be for them. And I don't know if that's a DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis thing. Whatever it is, I just feel like when I'm watching them – and this is what happens when you trade for somebody. When I'm watching them, nobody knows what role Zach LaVine is supposed to play, right? Are we just supposed to watch you chuck? Do you need us to get going first, right? With De'Aaron Fox, we would have questions as to, hey, is De'Aaron going to kick it up a notch here? But you kind of knew, okay, fourth quarter, now De'Aaron is going to do his thing, right? And that kind of got a little bit convoluted when DeMar DeRozan joined the team, but there was more of, we still had the things that annoyed us about when De'Aaron would kind of turn it on and off, but you knew what that process looked like. I just don't know what I'm looking at when I watch Zach LaVine play basketball on this Sacramento Kings team. And that's just a conversation that they're going to have to figure out. TC is going to kick us off to start the bottom of the hour. And we will also give you a chance with the keyword to win the tickets to that Rivercats suite. Don't move. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Jacob Wilson, out with that left forearm fracture, was placed on the IL with an injury dating back to his hit by pitch. His expected return is before the end of the season. Max Muncy, out with a right hand fracture, has begun taking ground balls and throwing, but has been unable to swing a bat. He is moving in the right direction, per his manager, Mark Kotze. That was your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country. You're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S., and we are still the greatest country. Save $35 on your American flag set when you go to showallegiance.com.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In Z23 select models only.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A+ Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Saturday, August 9th, it's the Night of Champions at Stockton 99 Speedway. Meet past champions during the exclusive autograph session. Then buckle up for Pro League models, mini stocks, and more. Tickets start at just $20. Get yours now at Stockton99.com. Be there.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. We're also giving you the chance to live the sweet life with me, Allen Stiles, this week with the ultimate giveaway of a Sacramento Rivercats suite August 20th. Each suite includes 20 tickets, dedicated suite attendant, cable television, and climate control, indoor and outdoor seating, panoramic view of the game, and access to the Sky River Casino Solon Club. Listen for the keyword of the day and text it in at 916-339-1140 for your chance to win. Today's keyword of the day is game, G-A-M-E. It is game. All right, so text that on in. Seen a couple come through so far, but text that on in. And when we get to the end of the week, we will select that winner, and you get to kick it with me and 20 of your friends at a Rivercats game. 20 tickets. I don't even know. Do I have 20 friends? Can I cook up 20 friends?
Friends and family?
Yeah, friends and family. That's a lot of tickets.
20's tough.
20's tough.
I mean, 20 that are all available on a Saturday night, you know?
Yeah, we had a baby shower yesterday, and there were about 30. So
okay. You could start there.
I don't know if those same people would want to go to a Rivercats game, but
let's say you strike out on batting average. Let's say you bat 300. Let's say you get 9 people who want to go. At that point, you could start inviting your coworkers.
Yeah.
Start inviting your neighbors.
Just
maybe
random people.
Hey, Johnny, I know we've been living next to each other for the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to come with me to a Sacramento Rivercats game?
That's right.
Yeah, and I'll bring my wife. That's 2 people.
There you go. So that could be you. All right, so text on in if you want a chance to win those sweet tickets, all 20 of them. We got some more calls coming in. Let's first get to TC, who wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
Hey, Alan, what's up, man?
Hey, what you got?
Hey, so but I'm vibing on the Kaminga, right? Hey, I applaud Scott Perry. That's what I called him before about him standing on business, man. I like that, right? Mm-hmm. So either it's a win-win for the Kings. It's either they gonna fold for the deal, which is not a bad deal. It's not like we're trying to give these dudes 5 second-rounders and Joe Blow. No, bro, it's a good deal. It's a first-round pick, and it conveys. So if we don't want to put the protection, then we're just gonna sign them in free agency anyway, right?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the bigger part of this, right? And thanks for the call, TC. If they miss out on him now, they can always get him, right? Now, there might be other people having a conversation and wanting to enter the conversation for him, but if you don't want to do it, if you don't think you have to do it, if you don't feel like bidding against yourself, then there it is. Right there it is. So great call from TC. We also had some updates here on De'Aaron Fox and De'Aaron Fox, whether or not he's going to get a max extension, and could he actually regret leaving Sacramento? Right? Now he would never admit it, but deep down in his heart of hearts, I think it's probably too early to know. But if this kicks off, we've joked about it before. If this kicks off, I don't think it would, but if this kicks off a 3 teams in 3 years stretch for De'Aaron Fox, if the Spurs decide to go in a different direction, then I think he would. I think it's possible. So we'll discuss in detail just what that fully looks like. Now, Kyle, you have me a bit worried from our last segment about Neek, just in general. Well, I guess it's not about Neek. It's just somebody, right? Don't be that person. Somebody's going to miss out on playing time. So don't be that person.
Well, yeah, you can only play 10 people realistically.
Yeah.
So if we're looking at 10 right now and we assume, starting 5 is the starting 5, we got Keon coming off the bench. We got Maxime Reynaud, who is our only other big. So if he can't beat out Drew Eubanks, then I feel like we're going to be a bit disappointed.
Yeah.
But let's just, say a center is going to have to play. You've got Keon Ellis. You've got Malik Monk as it stands right now. I mean, they still need more point guard help.
Well,
so
yeah.
Someone, either Neek, I mean, it's the same conversation as Summer League. Either Neek or Devin or Malik is going to have to be a secondary ball handler, or they're not going to play on this team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the part about Devin, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not even having – they're almost 2 different conversations. The Devin thing, he's really going to have to grind for playing time. That's how I see it. Even if Devin Carter wasn't on the team, I think I'm still trying to figure out how much time Neek is going to get. There are just a lot of redundant parts here, and that's why, going back to what Carmichael Dave tweeted out, if you missed it, he had a good number of updates just based on his conversation with those within the Kings organization, and Dave, pretty much saying that they're in on Westbrook, but they can't do anything with the amount of guards that they currently have. And as far as Malik Monk is concerned, and here it is from Dave on his Twitter, perfectly comfortable with Malik here, only included because salaries match and the clog in the backcourt. They love Malik and know he loves Sac. So they're just trying to figure out, hey, it is a redundancy. It's not about a conversation with Malik didn't go well or whatever. It's just you look around and they've tried to shop pretty much everyone, right? I think the question is, and going back to what Sam Amick said last week, I think the question is honestly how much they tried to shop DeMar DeRozan. It's funny because all those weeks ago at the beginning of training or at the beginning of the offseason, it was the whole Miami Heat DeMar DeRozan thing. Now, maybe his market wasn't that good, but that got debunked. First of all, that got debunked, and there was somebody else that they were talking to the Heat about, and it wasn't DeMar DeRozan. So that got debunked. I'm starting to wonder how much out of all the guys that they've been looking to shop, I'm starting to wonder how much they shopped DeMar DeRozan to begin with.
And how much of that is his market, and how much of that is Scott Perry wants DeMar DeRozan on this team?
That's what I'm starting to – I get it. If there were 15 teams lining up for DeMar DeRozan, I don't think he would be on the Kings now. But I don't know that as much as we all sat there and thought, and I'm just putting us all into a box here, maybe some of you didn't, but I think a lot of us thought DeMar DeRozan, that's the number one thing that is going to not make it to this next regime and next season for a couple different reasons. As much as we thought that was maybe the number one thing that was going to happen, I think Scott Perry came in and said, hey, I'm not going to kick out a Hall of Famer. We're going to see what else is available to do and go from there. Because it does not seem as if they have been in a rush to get him out of there and bad deal, no deal, whatever. It seems like DeMar is going to be on this team, and he hasn't really been in any conversations throughout the offseason besides that random week about the Miami Heat that turned out to not necessarily be true. The 12 o'clock hour coming up next. What is the best case scenario for this 2-year plan? And we're talking about free agents and the possible bad draft, and we will discuss what could happen with De'Aaron Fox. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Well, by his standards, Lawrence Butler isn't having the kind of season he expected, but still, Lawrence is just 25, and he's only played the equivalent of 2.5 seasons in the minor leagues. And now he's on a pace to become the first athletic since Coco Crisp back in 2013 to go 20-20, 20 homers and 20 stolen bases.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com. Summer's flying by, and that back-to-school checklist, it's growing fast. New backpack? Check. School supplies? Check. Dentist appointment? Let's fix that. Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics is making it easy to cross dental checkups off your summer list fast with priority scheduling for new patients and kid-friendly care that makes them smile. It's one less thing to worry about before fall. Call now or book online at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, because healthy smiles should be the easiest thing to check off your summer list.
Hey there, this is Dolly, coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Join us Friday, August 15th for one night only and for one goal only, to beat cancer. So stand up with all of us and let's save lives together. And if we join forces, we can end cancer forever. Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings' Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Well, his ears must have been ringing. Kyle, give it to me right now.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sacktown Sports breaking news.
Breaking from Shams Charania, San Antonio Spurs star De'Aaron Fox has agreed to a 4-year, $229 million max contract extension with the franchise. Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul told ESPN the max deal secures Fox's future in San Antonio through the 2029-2030 season. Okay, so that AAV comes out, that annual salary comes out to $57 million per year. Yeah, the idea
doesn't really matter.
The idea of De'Aaron Fox he ain't regretting nothing. This is literally how you draw it up, right? When you have a plan, you execute a plan, and everything works out, which for some and for others either happens often or not too often, depending on what it is. But he had a plan. Rich Paul, they executed the plan. They knew who they were dealing with in Sacramento. He, quote unquote, blackmailed them. If you're Peja Stojakovic, blackmailed them, gets to the Spurs. Hey, are they going to give him a max contract? They got guards. One's a rookie of the year. They just drafted another max extension. $57 million per year.
Also, an update, because Shams just wrote a story. The last year, because this will obviously start the Fox versus Dylan Harper conversation. Mm-hmm. The last year of that deal, where he's going to make over $60 million, no player option. So he's locked in through 2030. The Spurs have his contract through 2030.
I'm looking here because I'm just double checking. So 2025, just to put it in perspective, and obviously guys are starting contracts next season and things like that. Just to put it in perspective, based on what I'm seeing here, that puts him right now 4th for annual salary. I'm double checking here, Kyle. It's up there. He's up there. You have Jason Tatum at 62. You have Anthony Davis at 58. And some of these guys, because I think Jaylen Brown, he starts next season as well. But you got Jason Tatum at 62, Anthony Davis at 58, Giannis at 58, Jimmy Butler at 55, Evan Mobley at 53, Cade Cunningham at 53. Man, oh man.
So yeah, just looking at it here. So I see, if we average 57 million, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players that will make more than De'Aaron Fox next year. And
he got the same thing Jaylen Brown got. They're both at Jaylen Brown's at 57 too.
Yeah, but Jaylen Brown's average is higher than that. Jaylen Brown got the Supermax, so his is like a 62 million average.
Well, maybe on Spot Track, he's at 57.
Yeah,
Brown.
for next year, but then he's going to go up way. Jaylen Brown got a 4-year max, I think, or a 5-year max. I think he's higher than De'Aaron.
Yeah,
but
I'm reading off what it is on Spot Track right now, just to give people an idea. So Shea, 68. I mean, goodness.
But Shea's won't start until 2 years from now.
I hear you. Let me get through them. Devin Booker at 66, Tatum at 62, Joel Embiid at 62, Anthony Davis at 58, Giannis 58, Jaylen Brown 57, Jimmy Butler 55, don't remind me, Jokic 55, Devin Booker 55, Karl Anthony Towns 55, Steph Curry 53, and Luka obviously has that. He's waiting for his supermax as well. I'm just trying to who is De'Aaron Fox better than on this list? Is he better than Devin Booker?
No, not in my mind. But I'm a big Devin Booker guy.
I know the TV deal is going to change everything. I'm just not going to beat around the bush. It feels like an overpay. I'm just not sure if it's an overpay based on the new going rate.
It's a max contract, and in the modern NBA, you can really only afford 2 of those, right? Because Wemby's going to get a giant, like $57 million for De'Aaron Fox is fine when you're paying Wemby $11 million a year. When they have to also pay Wemby $60 million a year, what is that going to look like when both players are 2 of the 15 highest paid players in the league? And maybe it's going to be fine because Wemby's going to be underpaid because he's just going to be so freakishly good that $60 million is an underpay for Wemby. But right now it's fine. What is it going to look like? This is why we were talking about there might be a 3-year extension.
Yeah.
Maybe Brett Siegel reported he might get slightly less than the max, which ended up not being the case. Was just because what's it going to look like in the new CBA era?
I'm a little surprised, man. I'm going to be honest. I'm a little surprised because even with this, the idea of things changing, and people, or it's an investment. Like nobody is going to trade in 2 years if De'Aaron Fox gets squeezed out or whatever. I don't know who. I mean, I guess there's always somebody, but who's going to want De'Aaron Fox at $57 million?
It depends how good De'Aaron Fox is.
Yeah,
maybe
this is. I did not think that they would give him that much.
No, I thought for sure they would give him this much. I'm only surprised because people were starting to give the inclination that they weren't going to, right? Because like my point with the Dylan Harper thing is like best case scenario, Dylan Harper becomes an all-star in year 4? Like best case scenario, we're 3 years away from Dylan Harper being a real bona fide all-star at the level that De'Aaron Fox is, right? So it made sense for them to like offer the 3-year deal plus a player option. We'll figure it out later, right? This is a 5-year commitment to De'Aaron Fox. And like you said, you can trade the $57 million later if you want, but if Dylan Harper does supplant De'Aaron Fox by the time he's 22, or De'Aaron has injury issues, which we know is in his past. And also, just when players get to year 10, you just can't guarantee health like that anymore. Sure, those are all situations that the Spurs will have to prepare for. But I'm only surprised just because people made us think we weren't going to see this contract.
Yeah. If I were the Kings, I guess I'll put it to you like this, and maybe it shouldn't matter, but with the Kings, how they obviously drafted De'Aaron Fox, if I were the Kings, I would have done this contract, right? I would have felt comfortable. Hey, you're our guy. Here's 57 a year.
Jersey's going to the rafters.
Exactly. That makes sense to me. If the Kings were able to hold on to him throughout all of this drama that happened, here you go, De'Aaron. Here's the key to the state capitol. It's all yours. I'm just surprised. I'm more so surprised that the Spurs did it. And that's what's funny, and based on how things kind of pan out. I mean, you're paying your second best player right now. You still don't have to pay your best player by a fairly large margin, I would say. And maybe I'm not trying to poo-poo De'Aaron Fox at all, but it's just funny how it happens that De'Aaron Fox gets this huge extension. And we all know this is all about Wemby. And, I know they talked about whether it's Stephon Castle or one of the other young guards playing the three a little bit, and Wemby can handle the basketball. They're all in. And maybe the other part of it is just a timing thing. De'Aaron was injured at the end, but obviously Wemby had the blood clot situation. So I guess I'm more so surprised because we didn't see anything at all, right? They got a pretty good deal to get De'Aaron Fox. So it's not as if we have to pay him because we gave up 4 first-rounders, like Mikal Bridges, for example, with the Knicks, and they didn't really see him play with Wemby that much. I don't know. They see something. See something.
I mean, but he's still De'Aaron Fox, right? And obviously he was playing with the finger issue also, but he's still a former all-NBA point guard, a guy who scores 25 points per game in his sleep, and at the most cynical, right? The most cynical of people to De'Aaron getting that contract, still recognize he can be a number 2 on a really good basketball team.
And I guess that's the going rate for a number 2 on a really good basketball team, about 50, 55, upwards of 55. Let's go back to the list, right? Now, some of them aren't, obviously Joel Embiid, that's a stinker, but you got Tatum in the 60s. Devin Booker, that's the hometown statue thing.
Yeah.
Right. So Devin Booker, you want to give him $66 million, Matt Ishbia. Okay. Shea is Shea. Devin Booker, fine. Joel Embiid. Then once you get to the 50s, Anthony Davis, really good number 2. Giannis is a number 1, but again, Giannis will be there forever. We think. We're not sure. Jaylen Brown's a number 2. Jimmy Butler, overpay, but a number 2. You got Jokic and you got Karl Anthony Towns at 55. That's kind of the going rate based on when your extension comes up, right? Because whoever's next is possibly going to make more than De'Aaron, depending on who it is.
I mean, we can say that though, but Minnesota said they didn't want to be in on Karl at that number as a number 2.
Well, they paid them. They paid him and then made the decision afterwards, which could be what happens with the Spurs. But they did pay him.
But the Dylan Harper thing, I feel like, is the only reason why this would have been a conversation, right? Is that when they first traded for De'Aaron, of course you sign him to a max extension. It's going to be him and Wemby, and they're going to have all the Alex Carusos they want with Stephon Castle and Carter Bryant. And, Keldon Johnson and Harrison Barnes, right? They're just going to have a million Alex Carusos and Aaron Nesmiths and blah, blah, blah. But it's just the Dylan Harper thing that's making people second guess it. And in reality, it's a good problem to have if Dylan Harper is better than your $57 million point guard. Or it's a really bad problem to have because De'Aaron Fox has just like blown out his knee or something.
Yeah. And people are bringing up, you have Torsha on the chat. And I saw this last week as well. Is it starting to make anyone feel better about the Zach LaVine contract? Why not? Sure, I feel a little bit better. I mean, he's going to be on the team either way. But yeah, I mean, Zach LaVine's, and I think the easier way to say it is that as the TV deals start to change things, these new deals, due to the TV deals and the growth, start to change how these contracts look. Every day that somebody else gets signed, Zach LaVine's contract looks a little bit better. A little bit. Obviously not a lot, but a little bit. But if I were to tell you, Kyle, that now De'Aaron Fox is making $57 million, and if you add in the current year, right, it brings the AAV down. They are paying De'Aaron Fox $52 million over the next 5 years, right? If you add that in now compared to what De'Aaron Fox was making, and you compare it to Zach LaVine's contract of $47.4 this season, and then a player option of $48.9 next season. So you have De'Aaron's at 52 over the next 5 years. You have Zach LaVine at 47 to 49 over the next 2 years. You feel a little bit. I mean, I feel a little bit better. De'Aaron is better than Zach LaVine, but he's getting paid more.
Well, this is the danger zone territory, right? This is the same thing with Karl Anthony Towns. Is you have a player who has never been a number one on a team that is trying to compete for a championship. I mean, the Beam Team season aside, right? They could have gone to the conference finals. They would have gotten smoked out by the Nuggets. Fox versus Sabonis. We've had those conversations before, right? This is the danger zone of not a superstar getting superstar money has the potential to come back and bite you. There's plenty of cases where it's worked out great, right? I'm sure people were concerned about that Devin Booker contract when they first gave it out at 28 years old, but Karl Anthony Towns is another example. Zach LaVine's a great example of getting bit in the butt because, Zach LaVine was a number 2 who they gave a supermax, and then he turned into a number 3, right? So that's the danger zone is like, hey, De'Aaron Fox is a number 2. You're okay paying number 2s that kind of money, but what happens if we get to 2 years from now and he's playing more like a number 3? Or Stephon Castle all of a sudden has this Jalen Williams type of burst, and all of a sudden he's now the guy, right? That's the danger zone they occupy. But again, that's a good problem to have if Stephon Castle or Dylan Harper become these stars that supplant your $57 million point guard.
Luka Doncic over the next 3 years at $165 million, a $55 million annual salary. De'Aaron Fox at $229 over the next 4 years, a $58 million annual salary. But obviously Luka was in a different situation than De'Aaron. He's in a position to get that supermax at the end of the 3 years. So a hair of a pay cut to be able to make more of an ungodly amount of money in about 3 years here, or maybe even less than that. So that's the newest on De'Aaron Fox. Good for him. I'm not a hater, right? Get your money. If somebody's going to pay me $229, I'll take it.
Yeah, until you're 33 years old, man.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't. Who's better, Jaylen Brown or De'Aaron Fox?
I would go Jaylen Brown, but I also think Jaylen Brown is a Finals MVP and has more accolades.
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox is probably between the 20 and 30 best players in the NBA, right? Which means, and we've had this conversation before. Number 1, you're the Kings.
Yeah.
If he's your number 2, you're probably as good as the Nuggets this year, right? Like a second round team. If he's your number 3, we're really cooking with something now, because that means you have 3 of the top 30 players in the NBA.
I just think it's funny, the idea to get a raise but be asked to do less. De'Aaron had to do more in Sacramento. He just got a heck of a raise, and he's going to have to do less and less and less.
But is he going to have to do less because of where he ended up, or just because of Wemby?
Both. I mean, number 1, Wemby. Number 2, he's just in a better situation with the players aren't technically better yet, but they will be. That's as if I get a new contract and I get a raise and the show gets cut to 3 hours. Like that's pretty much it.
I guess. I mean, he's still going to have to work really hard.
I'm not saying he's not going to, but it was there were nights where it was, I mean, we know it, where it was all De'Aaron.
Yeah.
He had to do everything, and I don't know that he will ever have to do that on the Spurs.
Yeah, and if we acknowledge that he is, somewhere between the 20 and 30 best players in the NBA, but he's getting paid top 10 money, what happens if he goes from being a top 25 player to a top 50 player?
I can't believe him. I understand why they gave him that money, and when you make that trade, and that's Rich Paul, man. That's what I said. Kuminga, I know you were posting with your agent. Just go. Look, us as fans or whoever, we don't have to like Rich Paul, right? Or I guess it depends on who he signs your team for. But if I was a player, I got to be on clutch. He's not messing around. He's getting people paid. Kaminga would be swimming in them. Don't tell me how, or don't ask me how. I don't know. But Rich Paul got Brandon Ingram that ridiculous contract in Toronto.
It's not that ridiculous.
You trading for it?
No.
Okay.
Well, can I trade Zach LaVine?
Clutch guy. Clutch guy.
That's a great point.
Clutch guy. Rich Paul is not playing games, man.
Just got Doug Christie a 4-year contract in Sacramento.
He's the best in the game by far. By far. I just don't understand why you wouldn't be on Clutch.
Oh, this is the other point that I see people making is $229 million, no state income tax, baby.
Oh my goodness. I can't wait to see their new house. Hey, shout out De'Aaron Fox. They're going to enjoy their time out there.
The babies.
Hey, 7 more. You're on the Giannis plan now.
You got Rain and Poppy. You're going to have.
Get your whole starting 5. You're out there now. No tax.
San Antonio, beautiful.
You can buy the Riverwalk. Just buy it. Just purchase the Riverwalk.
What a good time to be De'Aaron Fox, man. Look, he's one of the 10 highest paid players in the NBA now. And I know that won't last forever, but if you really want to be cynical about it, they are paying top 10 to 15 money for a player who is 25 to 30, right?
Yes.
And that's fine. They also have Wemby making $11 million a year.
Right now.
Yeah, what's going to happen in, 2 years?
Yeah.
I think 2 years they're both there.
And we'll see when the contract fully breaks down. But like you said, it's all guaranteed. Is this a situation where we're really paying De'Aaron for 2 years, right?
Someone else is gonna.
And once we trade, once Wemby, it's time for him to get paid. Now you're looking based on the other deals. Is in 2 years would a team trade for De'Aaron Fox at $57 million, right? 2 years, we kind of messed around in the playoffs, and now we got to pay Wemby and Carter Bryant and Dylan Harper and the crew. They're all kind of ready to go. Let's see what De'Aaron's value is out there. How many teams are going to be willing to pay De'Aaron $57 million a year? I have no clue. Now, obviously, these are a lot of ifs in this situation, but yeah, I just can't believe they paid him that money.
Okay, you know what's so funny is how this is again mirroring De'Aaron Fox's time in Sacramento, because they gave him the 5-year max 8 days after drafting Tyrese Halliburton. They just gave De'Aaron Fox a 5-year max, essentially 8 weeks after drafting Dylan Harper. And if Dylan Harper ends up being a guy, how's he going to get the runway? That's so interesting.
Yeah, the more I think about it, I'm not really sure why the Spurs felt like they needed to be in the De'Aaron Fox business. If I'm being 1,000%, I mean, I'm not trying to disrespect De'Aaron Fox, but they're not going to win a championship, right? The timelines are just, I don't know. I'm saying within the next couple years, like 1 to 2. You can do hey, I'm not touching that all you want.
Look how fast OKC turned that thing around.
Okay. But but that's what I'm saying. You're basically paying for the next 2 years, and then at that point, it just feels like the timelines are just a little off. Just a little off.
How so? You're saying with Wemby?
It's De'Aaron Fox.
With the other pieces.
No, with the other pieces as well. De'Aaron Fox is, what is he? He's not 30 yet. What is he, 28?
Yeah.
So he's 27. All these guys are what, 19, 20. Wemby's what, 22? Is he even 22?
I think he's 22 next year. Yeah.
I'm just surprised they did it.
Look, I think there's different paths going forward here, right? Because maybe their answer is, hey, you know what we're going to do with all the young guys? Send them to Milwaukee and bring in Giannis. And now all of a sudden Fox is our number 3.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right? Like
that's a good point.
Maybe they'll figure out that the young person thing will sort itself out. I think the only 3 players you feel like certain about if you're San Antonio are Fox, Steph Castle, and Wemby, right? Everything else is kind of movable and playable. But if you have those 3 pieces and they're healthy, you at least feel good that you're going to be a competitive team. And for San Antonio, that's what they need, because they have the 3rd longest playoff drought in the NBA right now.
Yeah.
At least you feel like you're competitive as long as you have those guys. If we're going to talk championship for the Spurs, that's all based on Wemby, right? Wemby's going to have to be Akeem Olajuwon personified if they're going to win any championship. But that was always the case, whether they had De'Aaron Fox or not.
Speaking of De'Aaron Fox, Bleacher Report, the top 5 most overrated players. Will he be on that list? We'll find out when we return. Now, South Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sacramento Rivercats baseball is where future San Francisco Giants are grown. Join us on Friday, August 22nd at Sutter Health Park for a special night celebrating the next generation of Giant stars. The first 2,500 fans through the gates score a free Giants Grown Here t-shirt, only available at this game. Don't miss your chance to rep Sacramento pride and see the Giant stars of tomorrow. Pick up your Giants Grown Here t-shirt on Friday, August 22nd. Get your tickets today at rivercats.com.
And we're back live during a flex alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a flex alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Sponsored by the California Army National Guard and Hop Valley Brewing. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles.
on Sacktown Sports.
Top 5 most overrated players, according to Bleacher Report. But Johnny has been waiting patiently on the phone lines, 916-339-1140. If you want to be a part of the conversation, Johnny has been waiting on the phone line. So let's hear what Johnny's got for us. What's up, Johnny? What you got?
Nothing much. I was wondering if you guys, what do you guys think of a trade of Terrence Davis and Doug McDermott for Chris Murray to upgrade the forward defense?
Thanks for the call, Johnny. I don't know. I think that would make sense because I don't know what the Blazers' plan is for Chris Murray, right? Obviously, he's up there, right? And they have, I don't know, they have the kind of 2 3s, and that's why they moved on from Anthony Simons. I don't mind it. I'm gonna be honest with you though. Do we know that Chris is Keegan defensively? Because I know he is not Keegan offensively, right? I'd have to grind more tape to be fair on Chris Murray defensively. Now, I think it's probably a decent guess that he's better than Doug McDermott on defense. I might be able to say that comfortably, but that's something I don't mind. And look, y'all are not slick. Everyone is always trying to get Chris Murray to Sacramento to do the twin thing. And now that both Rodgers, well, the Rodgers, they were both on the Giants a couple years ago, Taylor and Tyler. But now that Tyler is no longer on the Giants, we are due for another twin sighting. So,
well, it's not going to be that hard to get Chris Murray. I mean, he is going to be not Isaac Jonesing, but he's going to be pretty deep down that bench this year in Portland.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Portland's plans are for him. I know that it's probably not great. I know that he's probably not a high priority. You could bring him to Sacramento. The best way I can say this, though, is that he is not Keegan. He is not Keegan.
Well, no, he's definitely not. A, he's a late first-round pick, and B, he's only played like 9 minutes a game on the Portland Trailblazers, a Blazers team that, by the way, just added Drew Holiday, and it still has, your Shaden Sharps, your Matisse Thybulle. Like, they just have 10 guys that are ahead of Chris Murray. Therefore, Chris Murray is going to be a garbage time guy this year. So can't be that hard to get him at this point.
No, I mean, you would get a little bit younger. You see what he's got, but it would just be really hard for people to, I think, separate him from Keegan. He is not Keegan.
One of these days, though, he's going to get here.
I think so.
I believe it.
I think so.
Even if it's on a G League 2 way,
yeah.
One of these days he'll get here.
Everyone is trying to manifest it, if you will. Top 5 most overrated players. Okay, here we go. This is from Zach Buckley on Bleacher Report. At number 5, what is that Jay-Z line? I can't remember it now. I think it's Jay-Z. I don't know if it's Jay-Z or not, but you can call me overrated, just don't call me underpaid. De'Aaron Fox, number 5 on this list.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
De'Aaron Fox is being viewed as overrated. And this is right before he got paid. Listen to this write-up. Fox, to be clear, is very good at what he does. Blink and you'll miss his arguably best in the association burst. He can forever find his destination, and he usually punctuates his penetrations with soft touch pull-ups or clever finishes around the rim. His coolness in the clutch is literally award-winning quality. That said, it's fair to wish he'd just do more, especially when he's possibly on the cusp of becoming a $50 million plus per year player. Yeah, make that 57 there, Zach, or 52 if you're looking at the 5-year deal, but 57 in that 4-year deal. Public perception tends to regard him as a first or second tier floor general, but functionally, he's more like a 6'3" scoring guard with a shaky outside shot and less than elite passing vision. Dang! A defensive impact that falls way short of what his physical tools makes you think he'd deliver. While he shouldn't be blamed for the many flaws of the Sacramento Kings franchise, it's still worth noting he's led all of one playoff push in his first 8 NBA seasons. Adding to the notion his impact on winning is less than crystal clear. His career on and off differential sits at just plus 0.6 per 100 possessions, and his career plus 0.8 box plus or minus is uncomfortably close to the metric's average mark, which is 0. This is a long-winded way of saying he's much closer to being a good player than a great one. Yet you'll often hear him referred to as a star. He was named an all-star once as an injury replacement, or even a top 20-ish player in the league. Set his volume scoring aside, though, and the numbers just don't back that up. Man. Well, dang, Zach. This is kind of how I have felt, though.
Yeah. We know where you stand on De'Aaron Fox.
I did not write this article, though.
No, but I don't think you would have outlined things like defensively at the physical gifts.
Yeah, I think he's pretty good defensively. And I'm going to try to have Zach on the show now.
Yeah.
Now Zach gets a trip to the show.
Oh, Zach! Anyone who wants to hate on De'Aaron Fox is going to make 20 people in our audience really happy.
Yeah, the defense thing is probably the only thing I disagree with. I think De'Aaron is very, very solid defensively, but yeah, you're making 52 to 57 over the next 4 years after this upcoming season. Here's the thing. That's what I was joking about as far as getting a raise and being asked to do less. It's not necessarily, I don't know if being asked to do less is the correct term, but he's no longer a number one. And he's getting the biggest paycheck he's probably ever going to get. To be a number two, maybe a number three when it's all said and done, but a number two.
Definitely a number two for now.
Yes.
Like we'll see if Steph Castle turns into the next Jalen Williams. But I guess what's tough though is like I think everyone pushing back on him getting the max extension until he actually got the max extension is worried that we've seen the best of De'Aaron Fox, right? That his best basketball has already been played. He is going to be exiting his prime in the middle of that contract. What is that going to look like if right now he's like a top 25 player in the league? What is that going to look like in 2.5 years when he's 30 years old, right? Because you can't afford to pay top 10 to 20 to, the contracts will get lower over time, but you can't afford to pay top 20 money to a player who's barely top 50. This is the problem the Kings have right now with freaking Zach LaVine.
This is the confusing part. Whether or not De'Aaron Fox has plateaued or not, right? They went to the playoffs, and is it a matter of just better roster? It gets really confusing. It just depends on who you ask. They went to the playoffs. Yeah, they didn't make any improvements. One of those bets that Monty McNair crapped out on, one of those bets was De'Aaron taking another leap. And my first year covering this team, he didn't. He started out hotter than fish grease. Shout out to Mark Jones. And then he cooled off. That's what happened.
Yeah.
And that, that's fine. But, and he didn't have the enough pieces around him. I'm not saying that he did. But again, we're not talking about, oh, man, how do you expect him to win a championship like this? No, brother, how do I expect you to beat the Pelicans with no Zion? Like, that's what I'm asking you to do, De'Aaron. I know there's no Malik Monk. I know. But if I'm going to be paying you $57 million, and he wasn't making that at the time, but that was the type of stuff where people said he needs to be a number two. Now, in this market, a number two can make $57 million a year. Go out there with your kids right now. It's summertime, and go practice shooting in the driveway, because this is the type of money you can be a second option and make $57 million a year, or just be really good with your right hand. You don't even to have a left hand if you're Jaylen Brown, and you make $60 million a year. So that's just kind of the market, I guess.
Well, here's the other part, though, is like 4.5 years ago when De'Aaron first signed that 5-year max with the Kings, everyone in the league was petrified of taking that De'Aaron Fox contract because they had no idea what a 6'3", 6'4" guard
that can't shoot,
built on athleticism, would look like in 4 to 5 years. And De'Aaron Fox 4.5 years later gets another max extension, right? Which essentially means everything that happened before shouldn't have been worried about. I will make the same point again. You don't have to be worried about what De'Aaron Fox is going to look like in 4 years if you believe De'Aaron Fox is going to continue to play at this level. The only thing that would give me pause is just the injuries. And I only say just the injuries because any player in the league, when you get to year 10, health stops being a certainty. And we're seeing some of that with Devin Booker, et cetera, et cetera. De'Aaron's had injury issues in the past. I'm not saying like, oh, he's had a major knee surgery or anything, but like This last season, his entire year was nuked in the training camp because his hand got broken. It is little things like that just happen.
But then he still played, and every time he missed the shot, it was, is it the pinky? Good luck to him and the Spurs. Good luck to him and his $57 million Riverwalk. Good luck.
I'll say this. They're a lot closer than the Kings.
They are a lot closer than the Kings.
Whether he makes $57 million or not.
Yeah, they're close. Hey, man, let's see I'm just excited to watch this all unfold. I'm excited because if they win the whole thing, cool. If they don't, cool. But I need to watch $57 million a year, De'Aaron. I need to watch this.
So let's play it because you talked about what if they Karl Anthony Towns it and 3 years in, Harper becomes a guy and they decide we're going to make the switch. I'm going to make people upset, but I'm going to do it here. Sabonis gone. Sacramento Kings draft DeBansa, which by the way, we have to run our tankathon in the next segment. Right. Land themselves a DeBansa. Land themselves a Boozer twin. Mm-hmm. In a few years, we could be the Spurs all over again. Just ready to compete. Give us a couple of years of De'Aaron Fox. Bring the man home to break some records. Just wait. The Forgotten Son could return if the Kings play this right.
Much richer. And it probably, being in Texas and just getting paid that type of money, he ain't trying to come back. And I know somebody always says, well, the taxes are actually just the taxes in Texas compared to California. De'Aaron is not coming back. Just for that. He's thinking, we know he's about his money. He's going to see this whatever the difference in tax. He's going to say, I'm cool. I'll go to the Rockets. I'll go to the Mavericks. I'll go to a Florida team.
Magic.
He's thinking, I'm not going back there.
Milwaukee.
I'm not going back.
Look, I'm silly. I just want to believe that the Forgotten Son will return one day. Is it Begotten Son? I don't remember. Whatever. He'll be back one day, and we'll celebrate him, and it'll be fun. I don't know what day that day is going to be and whether he's going to have 3 damn championships. I was going to
say, he's going to have some rings on his fingers or not. So good for De'Aaron. He gets cashed out. We run the tankathon when we return, and we tell you the other 4 most overrated players according to Bleacher Report. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. Brought to you by Xfinity. Sports are unpredictable. The price of your internet shouldn't be. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for 5 years with no annual contracts. Guaranteed.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Well, Kyle, it finally happened. It finally happened. And what could I be talking about? What else would I be talking about? Luis Matos has been optioned back to the River Kitties. So they decided.
That is exactly what I thought you were talking
They
about.
have decided enough is enough. Gerard Encarnacion. Basically, the Giants are just using right field as a tryout. Are any of you good? Right? In AAA, they're just going to bring – so they brought up – they had Grant McCray up. He actually played pretty well. They had Grant McCray up. Now they're bringing up Encarnacion. They're just going to bring – right field is just going to be an open door for AAA players. Are any of you good?
And knowing the Giants' history, they're going to pay $150 million for some right fielder in free agency.
Probably. So maybe we get Matos. He's been in right field. Maybe we see Matos at some point. But that is just having some fun. So, hey, speaking of, it actually leads us right into we're giving you the chance to live the sweet life with me, Allen Stiles, this week with the ultimate giveaway of a Sacramento Rivercats suite for the August 20th game. Each suite includes 20 tickets, dedicated suite attendant, cable television, and climate control, indoor and outdoor seating, panoramic view of the game, and access to the Sky River Casino So Long Club. Listen for the keyword of the day and text it into 916-339-1140 for your chance to win. This actually says 916-393-1140, so I believe either of them will work. Today's keyword.
I don't think so.
Oh.
It's 339.
This says 393.
Yeah, it's not 393. That is a typo from somebody that I'm not going to throw under the bus, but works in promotions.
So I had it right. Okay. Yes. 916-339-1140 for your chance to win. Today's keyword is game. G-A-M-E. Get your head in the game. All right. So that's your chance there. And you can see Luis Matos and the crew and kick it with me.
And whoever else.
And whoever else is not trying out for right field on that given day.
Your guy Gilbert played right field yet?
He's about to. Yeah, get ready to learn right field, buddy. All of you, get ready to learn right field, buddy.
I feel like correct. I don't know how this works, but is right field more valuable in San Francisco because of the deep outfield?
That's what they'll tell you. But is
it that, or is that center field is more important because of how funky the outfield is?
I mean, I think center field is definitely more important. I think that their thought process is that you have to be a good fielder in right field to be able to learn how to play right field. Encarnacion is not a good fielder. So
there's no point.
But he can hit. He can mash. Somebody got to be out there.
Someone's got to be able to hit. But also someone's got to be able to field.
And that's going to be secondary. I mean, look at Elliot Ramos. He can hit, so they threw him in left field, and that's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Look, the Giants' problem is they don't have enough guys who can hit and field, and that is why they are now below 500.
Typically, you need to do both.
Well, no, if you can do one, then you're 500.
Kevin O'Connor, De'Aaron isn't wearing the purple anymore, but Kevin O'Connor is still treating him like he's on the Sacramento Kings. Kevin says, I don't love this for the Spurs. Fox is not a max level point guard on any team. And in San Antonio, he has overlapping skills with Castle and Harper. I agree with Kevin on some of that. Most of it. I don't know why they did it. But my question that I've also cooked up in my head is I don't know why they traded for De'Aaron Fox. I've reared it all the way back. Now, obviously, at the time, they didn't know they would have the second pick and be able to take Dylan Harper, but they knew they'd have a shot at it. So I don't know. I don't know that it would have been completely, or I find it to be completely necessary, but maybe I would get proven wrong and they'll win one within the next couple of years and with De'Aaron as their second option. Let's get to the other 5 on the list, Kyle. Let's see if there are any disagreements. So the only thing I would disagree with on De'Aaron Fox is I don't know that he might be overpaid, but I don't know if he's overrated. I think that when you play in Sacramento, there's a feeling of, oh man, this guy's underrated. Nobody is talking about this guy. I almost felt like De'Aaron was almost appropriately talked about. Even when he was in Sacramento. I think, like, Beam Team season, he was an all-star, and I know it was due to an injury, but he was an all-star. People wanted to give him the keys. He signed to Curry. Yeah, I don't know that De'Aaron that was when he kind of rose up, and then the next season we all wanted to see what would happen, but that next season, the buzz kind of just stopped. Because that was my first year covering the team. You don't run around and hear a ton of circles where people are, no, dude, like De'Aaron. I think on broadcast, people will say he's so underrated for that one random national game that they get a year. I don't know, it's more than one.
TNT.
But in general, I don't really know that De'Aaron is viewed that highly.
I think nowadays, too, I think the people who really know basketball know how good these players are, right? Like there's only I know there's a lot of basketball games, but there's only so much basketball you can watch. So the Kevin O'Connors and the Worldwide Wob and everyone else, like they know how good these players are. We're all watching it.
Yeah. Highlight packages
on YouTube are available all the time.
Next on the list, Austin Reeves, number 4. I agree with that. Now we're talking. Now this is what we're talking. Because he's saying, bringing up him being untouchable. Yeah, Zach, I agree with you there. This is Zach Buckley of Bleacher Report. So he's got 4, Austin Reeves. Number 3, Jaren Jackson Jr. I don't know that he's overrated. I mean, he won Defensive Player of the Year.
That's what I was thinking. Like, he's a really good player. Now, the Grizzlies are treating him like he is their number 1.
And Zach is bringing this up. He is allergic to rebounding, though. It's kind of weird. He's an awful rebounder.
Yeah, but I guess that's why he plays power forward.
Yeah. Number 2, Tyler Hero on the Heat. He's another one. I think maybe at one point he was overrated, but nobody really talks about him.
I don't know.
He's not in Jack Harlow videos anymore.
I don't know what to do with Tyler Hero because he missed like that entire playoff run in 2023 and they still went to the finals without him. Mm-hmm. I just still have no idea what to do with that because they've never been good since then.
Last but not least, another one probably deserves to be on the list. Number 1 is LaMelo Ball, the most overrated player. Yeah, and we know what the argument is. Empty stats, not a winner. I don't think he's a leader. I don't know that he has to be a leader, but I think that goes into it, right? I mean, he's still, 23 or something like that? LaMelo is not a guy I can really see just taking a team, even in a locker room. Like, I can't imagine LaMelo trying to give a pump-up speech.
Look, LaMelo has too many memes. He's been in the public eye for too long. Like, our perceptions of him are warped. But from a basketball standpoint, what I struggle with is I don't know how much of it is him and how much of it is the Hornets, right? Like, last year, we brought this up a bunch. He was a massive empty stats guy.
Yeah.
Like, just value-wise, just nothing bringing to the table. But I don't know if but the Hornets team was garbage.
Yeah, they haven't set him up for success, and I know this is a difference between, a difference in age or whatever, but you look at how Cade Cunningham goes about his business, and you look at LaMelo, even in 2 different organizations, LaMelo could play winning basketball, but I don't see LaMelo being a leader of a team. I think he could be a great piece, but I don't see LaMelo, hey, man, guys, we got to go out there. He's just kind of a goofball to me.
I guess it's hard to separate the two, but also, like...
You see the thing with the Cheetos? They thought a report was out that he got his tattoos. He's got his toes tattooed. And the fact that it was believable is a problem.
Yeah, the fact that we're like, yeah, that seems like something he would do. Is LaMelo Ball kind of like the child star problem? It's like we've seen him for too long that it's like there's no way you can be normal.
Yes.
You've been in the public eye since you were 13 freaking years old. Mm-hmm. There's no way you can be normal.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's number 1 on the list. De'Aaron Fox, number 5. We have some audio from Shams on De'Aaron Fox when we return. Also, Kevin Love. All right, yeah, cool. And in San Antonio, they got a bunch of young studs, and we don't even talk about guys like Carter Bryant, who are just ultra 6'8" athletes, and they just signed De'Aaron to a max. But the Kings could get Kevin Love. 1 more hour, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a month in bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip, if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Experience the excitement of Sacramento Rivercats baseball at Sutter Health Park. From thrilling plays on the field to fun in the stands with family and friends, Rivercats baseball is for everyone. Enjoy lively entertainment all season long, the best ballpark food around, some of the finest views of the city, and baseball memories with the Sacramento Rivercats to last a lifetime. Grab your tickets now at rivercats.com.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
De'Aaron Fox gets paid. We have some sound from Shams. But hey, he's not a king anymore. He's not a king anymore. We got love for De'Aaron Fox here. We wish him the best. And good luck to the Spurs. Because I wouldn't have did it. I wouldn't have. No.
I saw our guy Matt George kind of weighed in during the break, and it made me a little bit sad, which is like, here we are talking about, Jonathan Kuminga and Kevin Love. Meanwhile, De'Aaron Fox just got a max with the Spurs. Mike Brown's leading the championship or bust Knicks. Jordy Fernandez is running the Brooklyn Nets now. Like, all the great things about the Beam team are just gone.
We've seen some crazy stuff about Wemby as far as his work ethic and, one of these guys doesn't party. I don't think he's old enough to party yet, but doesn't party, anything like that.
Spends time with monks in
right.
China.
Just this weird side quests that he does. I'll say this as far as paying De'Aaron Fox. If you're the Spurs, it's just something you're going to figure out later, because I do think, as we're talking about LaMelo and whether or not it's on him and, whether or not he's overrated, I do think that some of this could be, for as good as De'Aaron Fox is, whether you think it's an overpay or not, I do think it's a bit of an overpay. You're also paying to make sure that you keep a competitive culture in your building. Because you haven't had one for a while, right? The Spurs have stunk. They got Wemby, they're building their way back up. And the Spurs are paying for De'Aaron Fox, yes, but they're also paying to build that culture. And I know we keep hearing that a lot in Sacramento, but they don't want to be losers. And they don't want Wemby to get too used to missing the playoffs. And if they have to pay De'Aaron Fox $57 a year, which is a slight overpay, and they'll deal with it in a couple years if De'Aaron gets squeezed out by their other young studs, which is a good problem to have, I'd say. And oh no, now we're stuck on this terrible contract. They'll deal with it. But I think it was important for the Spurs to lock down De'Aaron Fox to say, yeah, hey, we're not going to get used to – and it's been a while since the Spurs have been – true contenders. Hey, we're kind of done with messing around. And even if De'Aaron Fox doesn't get us to the promised land, it's time for us to start getting used to being competitive again. We are paying to start getting used to being competitive again. We are paying De'Aaron Fox, whether I agree with it or not, we are paying De'Aaron Fox to be that veteran. They still got Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, he's starting at power forward.
You got Harrison Barnes, you got De'Aaron. We're paying to contend in the bottom half of the Western Conference, and we're also paying to get off of this losing train, right? We are officially, I think that's what this kind of signifies. We are officially done with the tank stuff, right? We got Wemby, we got a bunch of top 5 picks. We're going to lock down De'Aaron Fox, and even if we don't think that we're going to win the whole thing with him, we're just going to start getting used to being competitive again. And that is worth it for us to pay De'Aaron that money, which might be a slight overpay. But we are done stinking. We're done. Let's hear from Shams, Kyle, and his report on the Spurs decision.
Spurs star guard De'Aaron Fox has reached agreement, 4 years, $229 million max contract. He will sign the deal later today, I'm told, and this deal keeps him in San Antonio through 2029, 2030. And again, remember, De'Aaron Fox, his agent, Rich Paul of Clutch Sports, navigated a trade to his preferred destination. The only place he wanted to be in San Antonio back in February, wanted to be a Spurs, got there, and now months later gets his full max contract. He's all in. I'm told there's no player option in this deal, so he will be there. This is a two-way commitment that the Spurs make, even in the wake of drafting Dylan Harper. They have Stephon Castle, the reigning Rookie of the Year, as well. But that relationship between Victor Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox, very important. Those are the two leaders of this young core moving forward that keeps De'Aaron Fox there long-term.
There it is. And yes, Shams, we remember. We remember.
Well, at least he didn't say our name.
Yeah. We remember very, very well. So
at least he didn't say he got out of that terrible situation in Sacramento. Jesus.
Yeah. He blackmailed them to get out of there.
Really pulled one over on the Kings, huh?
And Rich Paul strikes again. Rich Paul strikes again.
While also getting his other client to Sacramento.
Meanwhile, Kyle, it's time to do the tankathon. There's only one thing that can possibly make me feel better, and I'm kidding. De'Aaron Fox, good for you, man.
Oh, how sad.
9.
Ugh.
Why does it always do 9 on the first one? Now we're bounced back to 8.
It's not
3 tries for number 1.
All right,
but it was 9 today.
Yeah, no, we're just. Look, let's just talk about the rebuilding part for a second, right? Because San Antonio, while yes, I think they have the third longest playoff drought now in the NBA. I think it's like the Hornets.
Mm-hmm. The Hornets are trying to catch the Kings.
Yeah.
I think they need 7 more seasons.
Yeah, they're getting there, but they're getting there. But the Spurs have a really long playoff drought now, and kind of like the Kings, they spent a bunch of years just trying to compete and getting 10 seeds and 9 seeds year after year, right? I think there is a lot of parallels you can draw between the Spurs decline after losing Kawhi and this Kings territory, because they really tried. They brought in DeMar DeRozan. They tried to make DeJounte Murray a star. They brought back Patty Mills and Marco Bellinelli and tried to make this thing work. But anyways, eventually they called Uncle. They traded DeJounte Murray for every Hawks pick for the next decade for some reason. I still don't know why the Hawks made that trade. And they said Uncle, and they went to the bottom of the lottery. And you know how we talk about, like, oh, the Kings keep getting 9th, or the Pistons and Jazz are bad, but they never win. We don't talk about this enough. The Spurs have won the lottery 3 years in a row. They got Wemby at number 1. They got Castle at number 4, which they moved up in the lottery to get him. And they got Dylan Harper at 2 last year. They are the perfect example of if everything. Oh, and by the way, they got an all-NBA point guard for none of those picks. The only pick they traded in the deal they got for Jakob Poeltl. So they essentially are the best case scenario of what a rebuild can look like. And even we are saying right now, well, I don't know if it's going to get them to the title. I don't know if they should be paying De'Aaron Fox this kind of money since he doesn't make them a quote-unquote championship contender, right? I just think that's the tough part about rebuilds in the NBA is, like, even if everything goes right for you, who knows what it's got. Like, we think San Antonio is going to be great,
right?
But boy, their win total right now is like 43.5.
Yeah,
and this is year 5 of their rebuild.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes. And today we got pick number 9 on Tankathon. I don't know why this keeps happening. Okay, we'll get number 1 at some point. 209, a couple texts coming through. 209. If Fox makes almost $60 million a year, then Allen and Kyle should make at least half of that. Yeah, something like that. I wish 209.
I don't make $57 an hour.
Can you 209? Can you tell my boss that just one time? Thank you. 209 also says, why would the Spurs give Fox that money with Castle and Harper? Yeah, I think if you're the Spurs, you're tired of this. Is them saying, okay, we're not going to stink anymore. We might not win the whole thing, but we're not going to stink anymore, and we'll deal with whatever happens on the court. We haven't seen these three attempt to play together. I don't know if Dylan Harper is coming off the bench, so I'm excited to watch what's happening in San Antonio.
And hey, guess what? If they don't all work out, we'll trade one of them for Giannis.
Yeah. 209 says, I legitimately hope Fox fails. I wish him nothing but the worst. Okay, that's fair enough. 530 says, some of y'all hanging on to that beam too long, like the 2000s Kings. Get over it, move on. It's a new era. Well, I would say number one, obviously De'Aaron Fox got paid and it's still connected to us. And, we're comparing it to Zach LaVine to say, hey, how do you feel about Zach LaVine's contract now? Right? That's number one. And number two, I don't necessarily know what getting over it, what that means, right? It's one thing to reminisce. It's another thing. You cannot tell De'Aaron Fox's story, and this is the biggest story. You cannot tell De'Aaron Fox's story without bringing up the Beam team. I don't think that we reminisce. I think this was the first year where the Beam team, it did feel like we are a bit removed, right? And I sit here and tell all the time. The bottom line is that team lost in the first round. 7 games, that team lost in the first round, right? So it's a good memory, but I'm not necessarily sure how people, quote unquote, hold on to it. I think until we are no longer seeing the repercussions of all of that, when you talk about Monty McNair and what was done after that, it's still connected. Devin Carter represents that connection. Keegan Murray obviously represent that connection. So when you quote unquote, I mean, sometimes we get people and they call in or text in and whatever. I mean, it's not like we're sitting here saying, man, remember the Beam team? Remember how great that was, right? So it's not a matter of getting over it. It's a matter of all this stuff is connected. Maybe bringing up when you brought up Matt George and Mike Brown being in New York or whatever,
and
but
Jordy being in Brooklyn.
Yeah, but I don't know what quote unquote getting over it looks like, right? You can't just not talk. It's in 7 years when it's fully cleared out, then yeah, but there's way too many connections still to really that era, more so than the specific season. Everything that happened, because it does lead us into our quote unquote, and I would ask that too. I would quote unquote say, when you say we're in a new era now, and what is this new era? Please elaborate on what this new era is for the Sacramento Kings. The AARP era.
The new era is the baseball cap that we're gonna wear when we're getting ready in March for A's season.
Somebody describe this new Kings era that we're in.
We're not even in a new era. Doug Christie was an assistant on that team.
Is it the Doug Christie era?
He was on the Beam team.
It's a new era.
Domantas Sabonis was the best player.
It's a new era. It's the no Herter era. That's the
got rid of Kevin Herter.
It's the moved on from Kevin Herter era.
The not Sasha Vezenkov, Chris Duarte era.
Chris Duarte. Think about it though. If you going back to what, the 2024, so it's not Beam team, so 530, you're okay. If you look at the 2024 roster, right? Hey, we're about to run this thing back right after the Beam team season. Look at this roster. Chris Duarte out the league. Kessler Edwards out the league. Jordan Ford out the league. Kevin Herter, I don't know. Not out the league, but we'll see where he ends up. Colby Jones just got signed somewhere. I saw that. Alex Len about to be out the league. Trey Lyles possibly out the league. JaVale McGee out the league. Sasha Vezenkov out the league. Juan Toscano Anderson out the league. out the league.
Man, that's tough.
These dudes, some of these guys were trying to get they were trying to give them real time, real rotation minutes.
Man, that's when you phrase it like that. Jesus. The whole team was headed out the freaking league.
The whole team.
Meanwhile, the Beam team, we had honorable players like Matthew Dellavedova.
That's right. Then you have and then not on the team, Harrison, not on the team. De'Aaron, paid, less taxes, not on the team. Colby's gone. Colby Jones, Alex Len gone. Davion Mitchell. If you aren't out the league, Davion Mitchell's gone. So you're either out the league or on a different team.
Man.
That's what they tried to run it back with.
Which, by the way, also the people who are like, why do we reminisce so much on it? Because the Beam team was freaking awesome, okay? That whole season was a fairy tale. It was amazing. Go 17 years without making the playoffs to then not just have not go from 30 wins to the playoffs, 30 wins to 48 wins. The best offense, not just in the league, in the history of the NBA. They scored 176 points in a freaking basketball game. That team was awesome. We don't talk enough about how awesome that was.
I definitely think it gets talked about enough.
It gets talked about.
It doesn't get talked about enough.
But
I'm not hating anybody for talking about it.
But it was so magical. It was so fun.
530 says, hard to not talk about it. Different 530. When we literally just went from a playoff team close to a contender into another dark ages. How long till we reach relevance again for a single year? Another 20 years? Hopefully not, 530. You know what? We should be on red alert. And I got to be careful here. I don't want them to cut the power when I say this name, when I say what I'm about to say. But look, man, I know what Carmichael Dave said, but wouldn't it be real Kingsy to try to get the narrative back and maybe remove those protections and get Jonathan Kuminga today?
No.
De'Aaron just got paid. You know what? Warriors, here go 2 more for y'all. Take Terrence Davis in another second. And please, we need to win this. We need to win this. We can't. Vivek is listening in his car. He says, Allen talking about Kevin Love. No, we can't have this. Kevin Love juxtaposed to De'Aaron's extension. Hey, Scott, we got to lift that. We got top 5 protected. Get it done.
Look.
Get it done.
De'Aaron Fox signing a max extension. Mike Brown getting to go coach the freaking New York Knicks who are in the conference finals.
Go unprotected 2041.
Meanwhile, hey, what's going on Sacramento local radio? They're running Tankathon on August 4th when the lottery is in 9 months.
Okay, darker day. Running Tankathon. Well, darker thought process. Running Tankathon. Going back and forth between
Kevin Love and
Dario Saric and Kevin Love. Or the discussion about Jonas Valanciunas corner threes unlocking the offense.
I thought that was a fine conversation. People really hated that. I thought that was a good idea. The only problem was they just then traded him for Dario Saric.
Then they salary dumped him for Dario Saric versus Kevin
Which, in
Love.
fairness, Dario Saric can shoot corner threes.
Now we're going to do it. Can Dario Saric unlock this offense? Can Dario Saric's corner threes? We have not seen him play in a year. But
okay, this is too sad. Run the Tankathon again.
Yeah. Well, I just got the one, but because I already got the one for today.
Just run it.
With the 3rd pick
in
the NBA draft, the Kings get hope.
We get a new De'Aaron Fox.
Hope. Yeah, they just get hope. So De'Aaron is getting $57 million a year
in Texas, no state taxes.
In Texas, I'm sure his Fox Curry 2 is coming out soon. So
swipe a 2.
He won. Will they win anything? I don't know. But I think they have Harrison Barnes, but I think they wanted to just stop stinking, and they were willing to overpay for a couple years in order to do that.
I also think that people say, what's going to happen with Steph Castle and Harper? I think the more interesting conversation is how are they going to get the runway to become stars? Because people don't realize the first of those two isn't going to get an extension for another 3 years, right? So when they get their extensions, De'Aaron's only going to have 2 years left on his deal. It's not, if De'Aaron is, as long as he doesn't have an awful injury, it's not going to be that hard to trade 2 years and $100-something million of De'Aaron Fox's contract.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree with you.
They have 3 years of Fox and Wemby. Right. Is essentially the way I look at it.
Yeah.
They have a 3-year window of Fox and Wemby, which, by the way, if we look it up, Wemby's probably only going to be 24 by the time that window is up.
My thought process, as I initially felt, I don't know who's going to want to pay De'Aaron that, but when in a trade scenario, but there would only be at most 2 years left on the deal. And again, at that point, how many more guys would have been signed to crazy contracts? I don't know what 57 mil looks like in 2-3 years. It might not look that bad. The same way, I think, to bring it back to the Kings, I wake up this morning, or this news broke about an hour or so ago, and I'll tell you what, I immediately felt better about Zach LaVine. Immediately. De'Aaron Fox is better than Zach LaVine, in my opinion. But you're paying De'Aaron Fox $57 million a year? I beg your pardon? I beg one's pardon?
For the next 5 years.
52 over the next 5 years.
Sure.
57 after this upcoming season. And so then, it essentially kicks up. If you look at it that way, I beg your pardon. So Zach LaVine overpays, sure. But I don't know how much better De'Aaron is than Zach LaVine. I think that we have two different conversations going on. De'Aaron Fox plays a different position than Zach LaVine. So we're comparing De'Aaron Fox to Zach LaVine when Zach LaVine made it into town and started playing for the Kings, expecting De'Aaron Fox-esque stuff. But Zach LaVine is not a point guard. So if you set up this team for success and it's constructed in a matter that makes sense, I'm not saying that they'll make the playoffs. I'm not saying that they'll go on a deep run, but you definitely would say, you know what, Zach LaVine at 47, over these years, it started to look better and better because more guys are getting paid ridiculous amounts of money.
Yes, and I think we can all agree De'Aaron Fox is more valuable than Zach LaVine, even if we have a debate about just how much that value is. Mm-hmm. And part of that is the position he plays. Part of that is the shot creating ability. But this all goes back to the original trade, especially now that we know the Kings got 47 games of Jake LaRavia and Jonas Valanciunas out of the whole, they're going to make other moves on top of this. They didn't turn into anything. But
the move before the move. And wasn't that Davion too?
Yeah, exactly. The move before the move. And then they traded a bunch of seconds for LaRavia for 47 games. Yeah. At least that's more than Jaden McDaniels got. But this goes back to the original trade, which now, if you're keeping track at home, is Zach LaVine, Neat Clifford, Dario Saric, the 2031 Timberwolves pick, and 47 games of LaRavia and Valanciunas. That's all they got for De'Aaron Fox. Either Neat Clifford's going to be a superstar, which I saw one dude on King's Twitter was getting roasted for that over the weekend. The 2031 Wolves pick is going to be great, or Zach LaVine is going to have to try and play like De'Aaron Fox, and maybe they'll give him that chance.
916 says, Allen, the Kings should just go ahead and give the Warriors an unprotected first-round pick to get the deal over with, because the pick is not till 2030. A lot can happen between now and then. Unprotected is kind of crazy, though. I'm sorry. It's just a lot.
That makes it worse.
Yeah.
We're the Sacramento Kings here in town. You think things can't get worse? You think 2030 it can't be awful?
It's hard. It's hard for me to believe, though, that there hasn't been at least any conversation about lessening the protections. Unless, because I feel like that's one of those things that might come out next week or whatever. And maybe the Warriors at that point, top 5, type 8 protected. And maybe the Warriors say, all right, we'll do it. They just don't like where it's currently at. But I just don't think you can do unprotected for Jonathan Kuminga. You just can't do it.
Well,
you
Dave
don't know.
Dave said earlier they're not going
to do it. They're not going to do it. But I hear where you're coming from. On the other side, all right, Kevin Love or Trey Lyles? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Sponsored by the California Army National Guard and Hot Valley Brewing. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland, and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that, or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company, American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Golf.com's Josh Sens offers 5 common golf course maintenance mistakes and tips to correct them. You've hit the green, and to fix your divot, you jam your tool underneath the ball mark and lift the soil, but the right way is to circle the edges of the mark with your tool, gently pulling the turf toward the center. Second, when fixing divots in the fairway, fill it with sand until it's level with surrounding turf, and gently smooth it with your foot. Third, when the course imposes the 90-degree rule, it means to stay on the cart path until you can turn at a right angle to your ball, minimizing wear and tear on the turf. 4, when you're driving on the course, proceed at a modest pace and avoid staked and roped off areas. Avoid sharp turns, wet turf, bunker edges, tees, and greens. The superintendent will applaud you. 5, in a bunker, rake the sand smoothly and exit as you entered from the low side. Tap the sand from your shoes and leave it as if you weren't there. And now that you know, make sure your foursome knows as well. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Get ready for the annual backpack and school supply drive. It is going to be at Walmart in Elk Grove, 8465 Elk Grove Boulevard, August 7th on Thursday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Come support the youth in Sacramento by donating school supplies to those in need. And they are most in need of highlighters, Post-its, whiteout, mechanical pens and pencils, composition notebooks that are college ruled, binders, folders, pencil pouches, glue sticks, colored pencils. Any and all donations are very much appreciated. Thank you so much for participating. Can somebody answer this for me? Because I've wondered this. Obviously, baby Stiles isn't in school yet. Are they still writing? Do you still write? Or is it just all laptops? Do they write with a pencil?
Yes.
Do you have a kid in first, second grade? Do they still write? Like you write a book report.
Yes,
right?
They do, Alan.
Is a second grade book report being written or typed?
That's a good question.
Because I think once you hit sixth grade, it's typed. Maybe fifth grade. At what point do they stop writing?
They're not doing book reports in second grade.
We were doing book reports third grade, maybe. I think third grade.
3 pages?
No, you read real books.
No,
you read real books.
They're not going to make you write like an oral history on a book.
Yes, you do. That's the problem. You guys didn't do book reports in third grade. That's the problem. That is the problem.
Second grade.
No swirlies. No one's getting a swirly anymore. No one is getting thrown in lockers anymore. And no one is writing book reports anymore. Not typed. You gotta write them.
The perfect trifecta of what's wrong with this generation.
Seriously. Like when are you gonna throw somebody in a locker?
We don't have lockers anymore.
That's also the problem. No lockers to throw somebody in.
There's a dark joke there. I'm not going to be the one to say it, but
so
this is what's wrong with the youths, is that we're not learning how to write.
Because they're asking for mechanical pencils and pens. I'm just confirming that they get used.
You learn how to write.
Just confirming that they do know how to use that. Okay. The Dynamic Butterfly says no one gets canned anymore. Like fired, unfortunately, that one still happens.
I don't even know that one.
I'm just trying to. I just hope I didn't say if that was a secret term for something. Because I don't know. I don't know about that one.
I don't know what that is.
I don't. You mean like getting fired?
Yeah, but I thought
that's how I know it. I don't know if there's a secret message here.
That's what I thought. Like, because you were talking about swirlies.
Yeah. Baby Cake says penmanship is gone. It's gone. When I sign those autographs, I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't written in a while. I write on my calendar at home.
You type.
I type. They need pencils, and I'm gonna say, hey, I'll give you these pencils if you can confirm to me that they will write these.
You're gonna make them write out a page.
Actually, write a book report right now, and I'll leave you the pencils. I'll leave you the pencils right now if you write me a book report. All right.
Alan doesn't like writing. Got it.
No, I want them to write, and it's better be. Oh, here's a good one. Are we still learning cursive?
No, that we're not.
Third grade, third grade is when we learn cursive. Anybody out with kids out there that are in school, are they still learning? Did we give up on cursive?
No, I can confirm that one. They're not doing that anymore.
So you never learned cursive?
No, I did, but I was still in school when they gave up doing that. Like, it was a whole story back then.
Somebody says getting canned is being put in a trash can. That sounds like it would fit. It's kind of nasty, though. Food fights.
No, definitely not doing that anymore.
Let's bring back food fights.
No, let's not do that.
Why?
Because that's how kids get hurt that way.
With spaghetti, Kyle?
Throwing a whole... Look.
You can't throw apple. You got to have some decorum in a food fight. You can't throw an apple.
Yeah, you think 12-year-old kids are going to play by the rules?
You throw some spaghetti. The cafeteria lady gets mad. That is how people learn about society. Food fights, throw someone in a locker.
So what?
And give someone a swirly. Because then somebody say, hey, don't do that. Hey, don't do that, man.
You should know not to throw somebody in a locker that doesn't exist.
It's a learning moment.
Again,
it's a learning moment for everyone.
They got rid of the lockers, so you don't even have that anymore.
So we're losing recipes. That's what I'm saying. They know how to TikTok, though. They know the newest dance move on TikTok. You don't know cursive. You can't write a book.
When are you ever going to need cursive?
How are you going to have a signature if you don't know cursive?
What do you mean? My signature is just lines and then you draw something through it.
But you know cursive.
Yeah, I know cursive, but like,
were they going to be signing a second grader right now that ends up in the NBA and the NFL? They're going to sign it. They're going to print their name. They're just going to print Allen Stiles.
Wait, you think Jokic was learning cursive over in Serbia? Like, they figure it out.
I will not. I will give them pens and pencils if they write a book report in cursive. That's the only way. That's the only way, Kyle.
What were the other things on that list, just so people don't just bring pencils and then you're throwing them out at the drive?
Highlighters, Post-its, whiteout, mechanical pens and pencils, composition notebooks that are college-ruled, binders, folders, pencil pouches, glue sticks, and colored pencils. And that is going to be August 7th. So on Thursday at Elk Grove, at the Elk Grove Walmart, 8465 Elk Grove Boulevard. Be sure to reach out on the text line and the SAC chat if you have any questions on that. So, the Kevin Love thing, as much as the Kings do love these big names, once somebody on the text line said, isn't Trey Lyles better than Kevin Love, kind of ended it for me.
Yeah.
Because that's completely correct. I would rather have Trey Lyles. I don't know if I'd rather have Dario Saric, but I'd definitely rather have Trey Lyles than Kevin Love at this point. But he is a name. He is a champion. You're trying to build that culture.
Maybe it's written in the stars that Kevin Love will be there.
But your segue strikes again.
Get it? Because
no,
you were talking about writing in cursive, anyways.
Oh my Lord! Can you burp yourself? Thank you.
Any of those power forwards, I kind of just feel like if you can shoot 36% from three, you're good.
Is Chris Boucher? Where is Chris Boucher?
I don't know why you're so into Chris Boucher.
Fire up the tape, and you'll see the light. There's just a bunch of guys that I'm just wondering, are they going to be out the league or what's going on here?
There's a spicy take somewhere back in this world of power forwards that we're talking about. Of like, we talked to Brendan talked to the Stanford coach. It was basically like Maxime right now is closer to a 4 than a 5, even though he's 7'1".
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we just say, hey, Maxime, sit in the corner and shoot threes.
Yeah, and just Drew Eubanks is the backup center.
Or maybe we go get a backup big. We talked about the DeRozan salary dump earlier today. Maybe they end up with Nurkic or something weird like that. It's just the whole roster is about finding. This is a sad way to look at it. It's about finding someone who might be good next season. Mm-hmm. Is kind of what I feel like the backup 4 and 5 conversation is.
530 says a boy threw a milk at my daughter, so she punched him in the face and got suspended. Like that's what needs to happen in school.
What
needs to happen.
Which part?
This is how you learn how to handle yourself in society, 530. And I don't know why you got suspended. I don't know why she got suspended.
Well, you
sit them down. You say, hey, don't throw milk. Hey, we understand why you punched him, but can't do that. Let's just move forward. There's no suspending there. That's like a half day. Just go home. That's a go home.
Yeah, that's probably a go home.
That's a go home. So maybe that's the problem. Let kids figure things out on their own.
Let's not do that.
If you do get I almost said a squirrely. That's a new version. If you do get a swirly, well, dang it, you go home. You tell your buddies. You tell your mom, your dad, hey, this dude keeps giving me a swirly. What should I do? And it's a teaching moment.
What? And then you punch him?
However that parent says they should react to it is what they should do.
Can't say I agree, Alan.
That's just what it is. Whitey Gleason's in there. I'm sure he agrees.
All of this is because of the pencils?
Yeah, when I saw a mechanical pencil. Because these kids don't know how to write. They just chat GPT all their TikToks.
No. You were trying to figure out if they do, and now you've just concluded they don't.
Until somebody calls in, no, because the chat has been confirming their kids don't know how to write. They don't know how to write, man.
I also see the 209 say, you want to go down a funny, depressing rabbit hole on YouTube, search Gen Z can't answer simple questions, multiple interviews of dumb college students. That's this show, baby. Just ask me any question about anything that's happened before 2005.
Ridiculous. This is the issue, man. All right, Whitey Gleason joins us to close out the show. We're talking De'Aaron Fox and whether or not Whitey Gleason knows cursive and shorthand. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The Drive Guys.
From the 925, Braun has not lived up to his end of the bargain. Fake bubble ring is a joke. Is that Daryl Morey's burner? Would you want LeBron to join Sabonis to finish his career where he started? Kings fans, would they want LeBron right now? Right now.
You can listen to The Drive Guys Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. on 1140 a.m., YouTube, and the Sacktown Sports app.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 23 while supplies last.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Jacob Wilson, out with that left forearm fracture, was placed on the IL with an injury dating back to his hit by pitch. His expected return is before the end of the season. Max Muncy, out with a right hand fracture, has begun taking ground balls and throwing, but has been unable to swing a bat. He is moving in the right direction, per his manager, Mark Kotze. That was your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking and the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
The summer sale down at Maida Chevy. Save $4,250 off MSRP. Every new Colorado Z71, ZR2, and Trail Boss in stock. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Must be current Costco Gold Star Business or Executive Member. Can't be combined with other offers.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rivercats Baseball is your home for Giant stars in the making. On Friday, August 22nd, the first 2,500 fans through the gates of Sutter Health Park get a Giants Grown Here t-shirt for free. Get your seats now at rivercats.com.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Whitey Gleason joins us to close out the program. Whitey Gleason, how are you?
I'm fine. I just want to say it's an honor to be part of the closing ceremonies every day on the Allen Stiles Show. I couldn't remember the name of the show, sorry. But it's an honor every day. Close it out.
What are you getting at? What is this about?
It's nice.
What is this about?
You know, I listen to the show and then I get to be on the show that I listen to. Do you remember when you used to listen to the radio and you're like, man, those guys must be so cool?
I do remember that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get in radio and you're like,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yep. Oh, okay.
They're kind of like everybody else.
Yeah, we did it.
Yeah, I remember like listening to Dave a couple times when I was in college. And then now I'm here and I'm like, wow, kind of weird.
Yeah. It happens fast.
This is the guy. Huh.
It is. Yeah. Dave is the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Dave is the guy. Well, he used to be Sacramento's guy, but no longer. De'Aaron Fox.
Okay.
He gets paid. Segue strikes again.
Mm-hmm.
That
wasn't bad.
Yeah. He gets paid.
Good for him.
Would you have paid him that?
Sure.
No, you wouldn't.
Sure.
Wouldn't.
You mean if I were the Spurs or if he were still here?
Both.
You kind of have to. Right?
I would have paid him that here.
Yeah.
I would not have paid him that on the Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't do it.
You kind of have to. Then you have a whole thing. If you don't offer a guy the max, it's like it's insulting.
Right. It's right there. But you know what? What I learned from this whole conversation with him signing is that if I was Spurs, I just wouldn't have traded for De'Aaron Fox. Personally, I think they traded for him because I do think that culture matters. And even if they don't win I think they just, hey, we're not going to stink. We're done. We got our guys now. Let's start to turn this thing around. And De'Aaron, for the next couple of years, at the very least, it's a 4-year contract, can help us do that. That's what it felt like to me, more so than we're all in, but we're just all in on we're back to competing again. That's what I took from it.
Mm-hmm. I saw some interesting numbers on Luka. I don't know if you saw this. It boils down to this. He took 3 years instead of 4. And one of the reasons he did that is because it sets him up down the road.
Yes.
He can re-sign when there's expected to be even more money available. And down the road, if things go the way he and his agency hope they'll go, he could end up signing for like $80 million, which is like $1 million a game almost. Isn't that incredible?
It's something.
$400 million man, Luka Doncic.
It's something.
Mm-hmm.
And then Wemby's going to get 5.
Someone did do a calculation that's like, if things go perfectly, Paolo Banchero has a chance to make $1 billion in his NBA career.
I think it's time for me to go play the lottery when I leave this.
Okay. I don't begrudge the players. I think we may have talked about this. I just feel like as a fan and as a human being, I know at some point, it's human nature where guys are going to be like, I'm making so much money. I'd like to win, but I don't really care.
I distinctly remember, I distinctly remember you and Draper having this conversation whenever, it might have been last summer or something like that. And it really resonated with me. And when we were joking about Devin Booker, when he got his extension, and now obviously De'Aaron Fox, I mean, how much do they care that when they go online, somebody's saying, well, you never won a ring? Back in the day, Charles Barkley, I'm talking just NBA money, not TV money.
Sure.
Those guys, yeah, I think there might have been, I've just turned into a complete old guy these last 2 segments here. But yeah, back in the day, it might have been a little bit different because you're making a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but it's not, it's still connected to just, I guess, the roots of the game at this point.
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, this is Looney Tunes. This is Looney Tunes.
That's not being an old man. That's just looking at it objectively. I mean, you're not saying, oh, it's terrible. It was better in the old days. You're just saying, wow, this is incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. And even with Malik Monk, Before Dave came out, I know you saw all Dave's updates today. Great
Carmichael
stuff
Dave?
Carmichael Dave, yeah. And one of them was about Malik Monk and, hey, the business is the business. And just over the weekend, I was thinking $18 million a year. It's a new regime. Seems like they've been very transparent with Malik. I'm not really worried about if they have to bring Malik back. I think that, again, relatively speaking, you're making $20 million a year. You're Malik Monk, right? You just understand this is just how it goes. It's not always about I think maybe this past season, I'll just speak for myself, getting caught up in all the weird bad blood stuff with how things worked out with Mike Brown and then De'Aaron Fox. But a lot of this is just business, and it's a very lucrative business for them. And you can put up with a lot of stuff and you'll be okay. But yeah, the De'Aaron Fox thing, I don't know if I would have paid him that. I don't know if it's going to be tradable. This money, Whitey, is just getting to the point where, can we just invest some of it back in radio? Can we?
That's not happening. That's not happening. As far as the Kuminga situation goes, I don't know how much you talked about that. It was funny to me because, Tim Kawakami, who we know, just top shelf in the Bay Area.
Yes.
Probably nationally. And he writes what he writes, and then it gets aggregated by people who say, Kawakami, Warriors are not trading Kaminga.
Right.
When I read the piece, it's like, that's not what he said.
No, it's not what he said.
That's not what he wrote.
Yeah.
He said the Warriors are saying that.
Yeah.
But he also said there's some people high up with the Warriors who think they should trade him if they get value.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you're the Kings today, I was just joking with Kyle, and you want to win all these narrative battles, you say, fine, unprotected. Let's get it done. Let's ruin. We don't want people talking about De'Aaron Fox all day. Get us Kaminga now. Take off the protection. It's fine. That's a crazy cut there. But Whitey, Kyle's not paying attention. Whitey.
Be careful. We got promos now. So anything you say.
That will not be cut for a promo. I can
anything you say could end up.
No.
Ooh, now I need to go back and hear what he said.
Weeks and weeks on end.
What's coming up on the show, Whitey?
Today?
Yeah.
Today on the show, it's a good question, Alex. We're going to talk about, as you say, the big money extensions and what may or may not be going on with Jonathan Kuminga and why your 49ers may rely on their young players this year more than any other team in the NFL. They may rely on their draft class this year more than any other team in what I call the National Football League.
Huh. Well, I think that's kind of what was expected, right? Maybe not to that degree, but it's kind of what was expected. I know and he got drafted the year prior, but people are starting to gush over Ricky Pearsall. They're saying Ricky Pearsall. I know Jay's going to love, this August football talk, but they're saying Ricky Pearsall looks good.
I hope so.
Yeah. He's a first rounder.
Yeah. I know Terry McLaurin now supposedly, he is asked out of Washington. So 49er fans are saying, all right, you trade Brandon Ayuk for Terry McLaurin. I don't think Washington wants to trade him. But secondly, why in the world would they trade for a guy who's injured? You don't even know when he's going to be back.
Right. Unless McLaurin is refusing to play or something like that. But I agree. And Brandon Ayuk, the Niners just didn't really want to pay him, but they didn't really have a choice.
Right.
And the Juwan Jennings thing is weird because is it really I know the question is it really a calf injury or is he just trying to, soft?
The issue is right where the calf is attached to the wallet.
Yes.
That's right where
That's right.
Injury is.
That's right. Whitey, we were joking and we were talking about
you
pencils.
guys are always joking, man.
Yeah. We were joking about the pencils, and Robert Ortega says, why would they ask for pencils if they weren't being used? I work in an elementary school and all grades write and even have handwriting lessons. Shocker, I know. Yeah, Robert, it was a joke, but thank you for your
I didn't even know why you were
service.
talking about pencils. I came in the middle of it, so I didn't think it was weird. I just didn't know what.
Well, you never know what's going to pencils
was.
and swirlies, but yeah, we have this annual backpack and school supply drive. But
okay.
I was wondering, I remember my mom, she was, cursive, but then there was also shorthand. What happened to shorthand?
I don't even know what that is.
You don't know shorthand?
No.
Because I never had to learn shorthand, but cursive.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's been gone for a while now.
Kyle keeps saying he knows cursive. I do not believe that Kyle knows cursive.
KHDK cursive contest. What do you think?
I like that.
A calligraphy.
Who's got the ugliest handwriting? It might be me. Hold on. Who else? Draper. It's probably decent. Jason probably has great handwriting.
Are we just doing on-air people? Because, like, Frankie comes in here. Frankie's probably busting out the cursive.
Yeah. For sure. Brendan probably has some bad handwriting. I don't know why. Sorry, Brendan. But
you know what's so funny is, like, you say that, and I'm like, I don't know why, but yes, I agree with you.
Chris probably has some good handwriting, Chris Watkins. And Carmichael Dave is probably chicken scratch.
Yes,
right?
I agree.
Has to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%.
Has to be.
Also, to your point, Whitey, about the rookie draft class, I first agreed with you, but then I realized that can't be true because the Jaguars are going to have Travis Hunter play all 22 positions this year.
That's
so
true.
it's probably going to be them.
Whitey.
Yes.
Okay. One more.
See, he's trying to think of his segue from that. It's not happening.
No, I wasn't even thinking about Senor Segue. Senor Segue strikes again. Wasn't even thinking about
Only
it.
8 more weeks left in the baseball season, by the way, Alan.
Hey, Grant McCrae starting in right field again today.
Here's a good question.
What you wish for.
Here's a good question for you guys. So the baseball season, regular season ends September 29th, right? Do we think that Jonathan Kuminga will sign his deal before or after the baseball season ends? Because October 1st is the deadline. Do we think Kuminga will still be a free agent by
Did you read
September
this?
30th?
I saw in that piece by Kawakami. He said, if both sides agree to, they can push that back.
That's insane.
Oh, I don't know about
That's what he said. Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Why would the Warriors agree to that?
I don't know.
The Warriors
But just in
probably
theory, it's possible, but go on longer than that. To answer Kyle's question, what do you think? It's your show.
I think he will sign. I don't think he'll wait the whole time. I mean, basically that night or whatever. He's taking it up to the deadline.
To September 30th.
To the 30th.
So Kings will still have a chance up until the end of the baseball season.
And DeAnthony Melton and Al Horford will just be
and Gary Payton.
And in a weird way, Russell Westbrook as well.
Yeah.
They'll all be waiting.
And Steph Curry's brother.
And yes, and Seth Curry will also be waiting. Well, I can't wait to listen to the next 4 hours.
Hey,
Senor Segue
of the
drive,
again.
guys. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Thank you for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Thanks to all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thanks to Kyle. Great job as always. Until tomorrow, secure the bag. Like to be.
Don't forget my podcast.
Are you kidding me? They dragged him in to Get Up in person, first take in person.
So you're telling me Shams is looking down his list? All right, what can we cook? Right
We're out of ideas. We just got it.
Thing is stale.
Kaminga's dead. Giddy is dead.
You need to cut all of those, by the way.
What?
Kuminga is dead.
Kaminga's dead. Giddy's dead.
Somebody's turning on their radio, thinking, "What the heck is going on?"
Well, we're laughing about it, so
Right,
I hope they don't think that.
I don't even know how we got here. Here's Kawakami.
Don't forget my podcast. Gotta go.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery.